Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, everybody. What's up? Thanks for being here. My name's Alan Cox. Say hi to Rob Anthony. He's right there, too.
What's up, man?
Cat's back in Studio G.
Hey, everybody.
All excited to be here one more time on a Thursday. Boy, you'd be forgiven, I'll tell you what, with all of the articles that have had the word ice in the headline recently, you'd be forgiven for not realizing that half of them were about the actual weather and not people running away. But this morning was pretty tricky. I got the phone call at 5:30 this morning that they were canceling school. Like, my daughter didn't have to go to school today. They were taking an ice day, essentially. They go, we get a voicemail from the principal of the school. He goes, hey, it's too slippery, so we're not going to have school today. I go, all right. I'm already up, right? Because I usually take my daughter to school before I come to work. So I'm like, okay, well, I don't have to contend with any of that. And then I'm in the backyard because my dog's awake and I'm letting her run around. And just like everything out there looks like it's made of glass. I assume it was like this most places. They're in Medina County.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no school for us either.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I wasn't sure if that was like a region-wide thing or...
I almost bit it taking the dogs out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I knew that my patio was going to be slick. But like even on the grass, I couldn't like run around with her on the grass this morning because it was just like, so icy. And, anyway. A wild morning. Alan, I'll start this off. The email from Adam that we were talking the other day. I didn't even know how we got on it. About the woman who threw the hot grease in somebody. She was working at a Burger King or something, and she got in trouble because she was the manager of the place, and she got in trouble because she threw a giant thing of hot grease in like a customer's face. And then our conversation kind of devolved into people quitting their jobs at fast food joints and just doing horrible things on their way out. And Adam wrote me an email just titled Fecal Fiasco. So that's how I know it's going to be good, when that's the subject line. And he's like, I worked at Starbucks, and then I worked at a location that was one door over from a large cellular company, and one of their salespeople came over and asked if we had any cleaning supplies to spare. And it turns out that in their cell phone store, they had a customer ask them where their bathroom was, and then sometime later calmly came out and Donald ducked it right up to the door, right? That just pants down. And this is a cell phone store. This is not a restaurant. This is not something where maybe something you just ate from them is hitting you in a weird way. And so they come over to his Starbucks location and go, do you guys have any cleaning supplies? Because we have a guy who has just destroyed our bathroom. And then apparently used his pants and undergarments to try to clean up. So that's why he ends up walking out. Again, we're just, working retail is a situation unto itself, if you've ever worked that kind of job. And obviously it takes different forms. Starbucks is different than if you're standing there in a cell phone store. Maybe somebody who works in that industry can tell me. I still don't realize why They're still building brick and mortar cell phone stores. I don't know why. Maybe there are a lot of people who don't want to do those transactions online. I'm not sure. But every time I see something going up, it's a cell phone store, and I genuinely don't understand. But this guy destroyed their bathroom. And so he's like, at our Starbucks, we just gave them like trash bags and rolls of towels, and we gave them a jug of bleach and said, don't worry about bringing any of this back, by the way. And so Adam has had a few jobs where that happened. I also worked at a fancy little East Side restaurant where the owner would brag about being friends with all the local muckety-mucks. And one guy asked for a salad that we told him wasn't available. And the guy went to the bathroom or something, and that didn't end well either. This guy, boy, maybe he's just some kind of magnet for these gastrointestinal issues that people have.
I never understand how people miss. Like, I've never missed. Yeah, maybe you have a bad aim if you're standing up taking a leak. How do you miss sitting?
I don't know. It's got to be something more complicated than that, right? It's got to be something that, and I'm sure that there are people who have chronic conditions and they're like, well, I can't live a life where I'm just confined to my house, where I'm homebound because of this. I want to get out and live a life too. I want to be out among the people.
Sure.
And so you go to a store and then you go, oops. But you're just, you never know who these people are. They walk among us, and at any moment you can be subjected to their problems. You can be held hostage by a bathroom that has just been destroyed. I walked in on one time. I wasn't working there. This was when I was living in Chicago, and there's a local grocery store chain called Jewel. And I was doing my grocery shopping, and their bathroom, some was hitting me, and I go, ooh, I'm going to use the bathroom. And it was just one of those big single-room deals. It wasn't a multi-stall situation, one big single-room thing, but the door locked, and it was fine. And it was back by the greeting card aisle. And there was somebody in there because the one door was locked. And so I'm standing there, and I'm just kind of killing time, and I'm perusing the greeting cards. And then I hear the door open. And this person got out quickly. Like, you know how you would try to slink your way out of a door if you didn't want anybody to see in your room, or like when you were sneaking out of somebody's dorm room in college or whatever it was?
Yep.
That's kind of what this person was doing, and I didn't really think anything of it until I went over and then opened the door. And it looked like the last 5 minutes of the movie Saw. Remember the original Saw movie? And I just kind of did the thing where I opened the door and looked, and then I just shut it back and literally walked backward, retraced my steps backward, and went up to because I had a full cart, and went up to the customer service desk before I checked out. And I said, hey, you've got a problem back there in the bathroom. And she was like, she just kind of gave me this look. And, because like you contend with homeless people and things like that. You can walk right in. But that didn't look like what this guy was who walked out. Like he was well-dressed, but had some kind of issue. I realized in that moment that I had just ruined this woman's day because she was probably going to have to, at the very least, she had to go inspect it.
I always worry that telling someone makes them think you just did it. Like I did it here. Because, I mean, listen, this place, we've seen our fair share of bathroom destruction.
Terrible.
And I've gone to, like, the security person and been like, hey, man, just going to let you know, it starts on the floor and works its way up the wall. Yeah. And I feel like they look at me like, did you just crap on the floor, dude?
Works its way up the wall. No, but I don't think if you tell them, I mean.
Yeah, but that's the perfect excuse if you did do it.
I know, but I think most people, if they did do it, they'd say shtum. They wouldn't say anything.
Did I ever tell you my my McDonald's story?
No.
We went and bought illegal fireworks when I was in Rhode Island. We drove up to New Hampshire where they're legal, right?
Yeah.
And you can buy those big, like, blow your head off type fireworks, big giant projectiles.
Yeah.
So we loaded up this SUV we bought a ton of fireworks, and we were driving back. And I'm like, hey, guys, can we stop at that McDonald's? I have to hit the bathroom. Middle of nowhere, New Hampshire, but they had a brand new McDonald's. And I'm like, this is great. I go in, I can have a nice sit, get what I got to get out.
You weren't planning to befoul it.
No, not at all. So I walk in, I do my thing, and I'm walking out, and I slip. And I'm like, what the hell? I looked down, and I stepped on a turd. Dude, right then, right there, I walked over to the sink. I took my shoes off. I threw them in the trash. I had just bought a brand new pair of Nikes. I can tell you exactly what they look like. I threw them in the trash. I walked out barefoot. I got in the car. I had socks on. I got in the car. I threw my socks out the window, and we started to drive. And my buddy's like, "What the hell just happened?" And I said, "I just stepped in human crap.
Yeah.
In a brand new McDonald's. It's over."
In
And
brand new
"Why-"
shoes.
He's like, "Why did you just?" He's like, "You just bought those. Why didn't you clean them?" I'm like, "There's no cleaning that.
No.
It's impossible for me to ever clean those shoes. It's over. They're gone."
Yep. It's a complete and total loss.
I
I'm going to call my insurance company, and I'm going to have them total it out.
I look good in them for a day.
Yeah. We were coming back from, and then I will take a break here, not to belabor this point, but since we're on a roll, we were coming back from Louisville, Kentucky, probably Halloween of 2023. We had gone for some big pumpkin thing and took our daughter or whatever, and on the way back, it's a long trip. On the way back, we had pulled over to get some gas, and there was one of those big convenience stores with a Subway in it, sandwich place. So they have a bathroom. And so my wife and daughter were going into the ladies. I was going into the men's. And as I opened the door in the men's, and it was as though somebody had pulled a prank, and they were like, "Hey, we're going to renovate this bathroom, but we're going to paint it with poop." We're going to, like it was an HGTV show. "Hey, we're out of paint, so we're just going to use poop."
Use brown textured paint.
And literally to the point where, like, I stood outside and waited for my wife and child to finish what they were doing, and I go, "Come here, come here, come here, come here," because I knew my daughter was going to flip her
Gotta see this.
shrimp. Her wig was going to fly off. And I opened the door, and my daughter's just standing there, like, aghast. Like, she doesn't know what she's looking at. And she's like, "What is it?" I go, "That is exactly what you think it is. Somebody has gone in here." And then as we're walking out, as the bell dings on the door, I look at the guy behind the counter Subway, and I go, "You got a real problem back there, and you better go check it out." And hey, liberal on the fixins, all right? Next time I come and get a footlong from you. Oh, what a world. What a time we're living in. What a world. What an amazing place to be. I got to take a break. I got more money for you. That is $1,000 to you, should you get it. The keyword from the Buzzard Bookie is coming up at 2:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Every September, the biggest superstars from all genres of music play a festival that is like no other on the planet.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Returning to Las Vegas.
2 epic nights.
September 19th and 20th.
On one stage.
For its 15th year.
I can't believe
Rob and I are going to see that Led Zeppelin documentary tonight. Very exciting.
It's been a long time since I've been this excited for something like that.
Along with our friend Pat Butler, one of my co-hosts on our metal show. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight if you're not hip to it. If you love metal and you go, golly, I wish the Buzzard had a metal show, well, your prayers have been answered. Me and Pat and Corey Roddick makes 3. It's 10 o'clock Saturday night, every Saturday. 2 hours to midnight. Nothing but metal, 120 minutes of it. New stuff and old stuff and your requests, local metal. It's a lot of fun, so be here on Saturday night for that. You know, I'm constantly, even though it might not seem like it, I am always working on this program. Every day I have 4 hours of dead air that I have to fill up. Imagine you've got a whiteboard in front of you, and every single day you've got to fill it up with something. And so I'm trying to think of things that primarily interest me and things that perhaps might interest you. And I never want to go off, too far afield in one direction. So I'm always trying to think of things that will get people's attention and make them interested in things. All I apparently have to do is talk about poop. And then the phones light up, and then I get the texts. And then
simple.
Yeah. I'm like, man can't live on that alone, but I guess it is universal.
Well, you'd think that we could with how many people were running for toilet paper like it was the end times.
Do you mean back in the COVID times when,
You'd think that you could survive just off that.
I guess so. But Norm, who's one of our listeners in Detroit, he goes, look what I was just reading as you were talking about this. Stellantis is the name of the company. What, they used to be GM or they merged, like some automakers merged?
I think it was Jeep, right? Is that
what it was?
Chrysler?
Okay. Well, it's called Stellantis now, and they have a plant in Kokomo, Indiana. And somebody destroyed one of their bathrooms, and Stellantis says they're not going to pay for it. They are going to keep that bathroom closed while they mount an investigation. And so imagine you got to hope there's no green air creeping out from underneath that, as the bathroom begins to, cake.
How bad that has to be to have an investigation.
Well, but this also, I'll read it to you as it's written in this article in the Detroit Free Press. But also, this sounds like something that was very specifically done. This doesn't sound like, oops, all turds, one of those. This sounds like something that was, maybe it was someone's last day. Maybe somebody had a non-productive UAW meeting. I don't know what it was.
Planned attack.
Premeditated, yeah.
The mess included wiping feces on the bathroom walls, all over the disability handlebars, all over the door latches and sinks, and leaving, quote, piles on the floor. This is in Kokomo, Indiana, at Stellantis there. And so obviously the people in charge are like, why would anybody, it's disgusting and it's careless and it's awful and obviously, and so Stellantis is like, well, we're not going to pay to have this cleaned until we know exactly what happened. Now that's kind of, the law of unintended consequences there means the people who work there are going to end up cleaning it. They're not going to wait for this to get investigated. The company's plan is to lock the bathrooms found in the, quote, grotesque state. That's no way to refer to Michigan. Hey-o. Rather than having them cleaned and returned to service right away. Cleaning crews. We've got some very efficient cleaning crews here at 668 Euclid. Some very nice women. At least I know we have multiple teams, but I'm only familiar with the women and men who are here in the morning when I'm here. Boy, it really goes beyond just like, oh, they're out of paper towels. There are some terrible situations that these people are walking into.
It was so bad that one that was here for a long time. Do you remember she just quit? She was like, yeah, I can't do this anymore.
Yes. Well,
it was so bad that she was like, I'm done.
I didn't understand that that's why she left. I just thought there's a little bit of a revolving door in that team.
No, she told us it was a specific incident. She went in and she was like, yeah, she just put out of order and she's like, I'm out.
She walked.
Can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, when you start looking for a hose instead of cleaning supplies, you got to just be like, I'm out. I'm done. It's over.
Yeah, this is, I don't know if I have a length of hose that'll stretch from the slop sink all the way to this third stall.
Man,
Well, because we have a restaurant right here on the ground floor. And so, there's always some kind of game day or some kind of downtown situation. And those people get drunk, they eat too much, whatever. And it's like, man.
And they're like, well, it's only the restaurant and your space using it. And I'm like, but all you have to do is go into the restaurant and then you can use that bathroom. So even if someone's walking by to go to a Browns game, it's a warm bathroom. Well, sometimes it's a warm bathroom.
Sometimes it is. Hey, Brett.
How you doing?
What's going on, Brett?
Not much. Didn't know I liked Cox till I found your show. But
hey.
I had a girlfriend in high school. It was prom day, and she pulled the limo pulled up and we were walking out. I had 5 dogs as a kid, so there's a lot of feces everywhere. So we're taking pictures. She turns around to get in the car. She slips, falls face first into a pile of dog crap.
This was at your house before the limo pulled out?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, no, so the limo just pulled in. We're taking pictures in front of the limo, and then, she falls, turns around, and face full.
These were large dogs, I have to assume, Brad? Like Great Danes or something?
Yeah, we had 3 boxers and a big... like a big 150-pound dog, so
God.
they were no small matter,
No, it's like a pony you're riding around. So I assume she was in heels and the whole traditional prom regalia. Yeah.
No pun intended. I dumped her after that, and then I did end up taking her best friend to prom.
Wait a second. Stop the clock. Wait a second. So she, through no fault of her own, slips in poop and what?
At your house?
It's prom night. What do you mean you dumped her and took her friend?
Yeah, her friend was there too as a third wheel, so I was just like, I think you should go home. And then I took her friend.
I think you should go home and you took her friend. But why was her friend third wheeling prom? That means that she thought something terrible was going to happen to her friend with you, Brett.
I'm not sure, but she had no friends, no one to take with her, so she was trying to be nice and brought her friend along, and then,
She was the ultimate understudy.
Boy, you talk about a wing woman.
Hey, dude, tell me, did the cameras keep rolling? Like somewhere in your files, do you have a photograph of this woman face first in a big turd?
My mom might, because she had a big old Canon camera, and she was just taking snap after snap, second reels, so it was like...
Oh, that's so good. Like, you don't stop at that point. Like, if that incident happens while you're taking photos, you keep snapping.
But how did she get home?
Yeah, it was terrible.
This guy doesn't know.
Her mom was there. They lived about 5 minutes away. So my dad hosed her off with the water hose.
Oh no! So she's in her dress, whatever.
It was all on her.
And
it was on her face, her elbows.
Well, yeah, of course. So she gets taken home. You take her friend to prom, and then what's the aftermath of that? You place a call to her the next day to check on her?
No, the next day was, so prom was on a Thursday night for some reason. Next day was school. So it was pretty awkward.
Wait, what the hell kind of universe? Prom on a Thursday night? What, does your school have 10 people in it? Thursday night, and then everybody...
A weird private school, so we had to wear uniforms and stuff like that. So
okay, kids, 8:30, time to go home.
Wow. Well, maybe slipping in crap was the best thing that happened to her then. She didn't have to go to this crazy Thursday night prom, and then everybody's back at school the next day. Wow.
Yeah, pretty wild, right?
And she's telling everybody how she slipped in poop, or did she just take that Friday off?
No, she was there, but she wasn't talking much. I don't think she experienced the story.
Was this here in Ohio?
Pretty embarrassing. No, I'm actually from Michigan.
Damn it.
Michigan.
Oh.
I was really hoping she was listening, and if she could call in too.
I was going to... Where in Michigan was this, Brett?
Actually, you want to know what's crazy?
You married her.
I was going to say, I think all this is crazy. The friend and her are your sister wives. Is that the reveal here?
No, so she, 3 months after that, found out she was pregnant.
But not by you.
No, of course not.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah. I mean, yeah.
That's karma in a nutshell.
Well, no, it's karma. It just so happened that, she found a guy who was turned on by girls who smelled like poop, probably, I guess, And...
No, that was prior to that. So I was taking her to prom while she was 6 months pregnant.
She had a bun in the oven and you didn't know it. I see. All right.
Yeah.
Well, wow, what a roller coaster there. Where in Michigan was this, Brett?
This is near Detroit.
Wow. All right. Well, thank you, Brett. I appreciate the story. Think about that. That's insane. Yeah, so anyway, I had all these dogs, and it was my fault because the dogs were dropping poop everywhere. This girl slips in it, my prom date, and then I send her home and go with her friend to prom on a Thursday night, and then we all go to school on Friday.
I'm sorry, bitch, but I just can't do this because that whole face thing of yours is just grossing me out. You should go home. I'm going to go try to bang your friend.
Oh, man, I guess I'm too nice, or I was too nice back then. I would have. I mean, by the time I got to prom, I went to prom with my girlfriend at the time, but I just hated her guts by the time prom came, and she begged me not to break up with her before prom, and so we went, but I couldn't wait to get out of that after prom, and she didn't even slip and poop. I mean, she was just like I just didn't like her anymore. But that guy, Brett, wow. There's a lot to unpack there.
Sure
I've got money here for you. It's $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie, so listen closely, and I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Where'd you go to high school, Kat?
I went to Brexville-Brevy Heights High School.
And you went to prom with a young man? Yeah. And was your prom an enjoyable experience?
Yeah, it was. It was fun. I only went my senior year, so I only went once.
Well, yeah. I mean, I went.
Some people go way more than that.
Way more than that? What do you mean?
I mean, there's some girls that are dating somebody older, and they've been going since freshman, sophomore year.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my Catholic school, you had to be a junior or a senior to go. I went my senior year because it's not like people weren't crawling up my pole, And then I started dating a girl who was like a year behind me, and then I went to her prom the next year. I had a hell of a lot more fun at her prom than I did at mine. But some people just have terrible nothing that rises to the level of slipping and, dog crap, but still.
Thankfully that nothing like that happened. But yeah, Brexville, Brevy Heights, they throw a good prom.
What's the team there?
The Bees.
The Bees.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I went from being a bee to being a yellow jacket when I went to BW.
Right.
So I just never grew out of it. And now I'm Cat B.
Hey, is it Solomon?
Yes.
Like
Alan,
the king?
Solomon.
What's up, Solomon?
Like the king, yeah, son of David. I just wanted to give you a story. I don't know how I can follow that one. That one had a lot going on.
It sure did, but good luck. Yeah.
All right. Back when I was I'm 42 now, but back when I was like 19 years old, I worked at a Walmart, and I was a stockman, and our stockman job was basically pretty much grunts. You know what I'm saying? We just did pretty much everything that nobody else wanted to do.
Yeah.
And that's what it felt like anyway. And so I get this call to go, it was like, hey, can you check out the bathrooms? We got a call for a bathroom. So I said, okay, cool, no problem. So I walk up to the men's room. Men's room doesn't look so bad. So I was just like, I'm expecting it's the men's room, because guys are guys.
This is when you learned how nightmarish a female bathroom can be.
Exactly. This was my introduction to. Sorry, Kat, but y'all are nightmares when it comes to that bathroom, dude. I walk in, and I did my little double take step back, kind of like what you did, but I was just like, I cannot believe I'm looking down, sideways, and up, Alan.
Wow, up.
And it was there. It was there. It was a mixture of crap and feminine
products. Yeah, sure.
Oh my god, dude! It looked like a CSI scene. Like, it was bad. Like, somebody had a moment, they did not clean it properly, or they did not take care of themselves properly, and it was everywhere.
Up.
I thought it was up.
I like up.
Alan, it was on the ceiling.
Oh
Alan.
man, on the ceiling.
Oh my god!
Wow.
It was up.
It was everywhere. It was down. It was over. It was up.
So what did you do?
Oh my goodness!
Did you clean it,
Man.
Solomon, or did you just bail?
Dude, I wanted to bail, but it was my job. It was like my second job I've ever had.
Yeah.
So I was just like, so I called my boss and I go, dude, it's on the ceiling. And he was just like, stop lying. And I was just like, I'm not lying. It's on the ceiling. And he was just like, He had the most defeated sigh I've ever heard in my entire life.
Right. Solomon walks in. He's got a miner's helmet with a thing. We got poop stalactites in here, man. I can't deal with this.
Spelunker's light.
Yeah, he's like in the Mammoth Caves in Kentucky or something. A bat.
They called the cleaning lady. They gave me gloves. They gave me a bag. I had to wear like a garbage bag. Basically, they gave me like this goggles thing. They were like, we want you to have eye protection.
It's like he's chasing an outbreak monkey around or something. Wow. Well, you live to tell the tale, Solomon.
Terrible. Yes, I did, and I learned a very hardcore lesson about females. And I was just like, you know what? I used to put them on the pedestal, and be worried about chasing them, but now I'm just like, nope, that fear is over with.
Plus, when you put them on that pedestal, it puts them closer to the ceiling, and that's how they get it up there, Solomon. You got to be careful with that.
You are the man.
All right, thank you, Solomon.
Thank you.
So an accident is not an accident at all.
Oh, it's on the ceiling. It's like one of those horror movies, right? Where there's a line that just sends a chill down everyone's spine. The call is coming from inside the house. Ma'am, we've traced where the calls are coming from, and they're coming from inside the house. Solomon walks out, and they say, "What's the matter?" And he just goes, It's up. What did he say? It's up.
He goes, it was up.
Up. Yeah, not on the ceiling. It was up.
Oh,
what do you mean up? I mean up.
What's
the
up?
direction up?
It.
Up.
I would just love to hear the radio chatter from that day. First, it would start with like, Walmart customers and employees. We have a code brown in the women's room. Off he goes, and all of a sudden, he has to report back that it's up. It's officially on the ceiling. Up. What do you do at that point?
Attention Walmart shoppers, if anyone has been in the ladies' room, you're never going to believe I'm talking about the ladies' room. If any of you have any information about stuff that went up out of your bodies, please let us know. Like, what do you mean up? I don't care for that. All right. Thank you, Solomon.
It was up.
Up.
Oh, it's good stuff.
Yeah. I've got to take a break here, and if you want to send me a text, do that, 35192. Email me at alancoxshow.com. Listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. The playoffs are here.
Oh, yeah. Let's go, fellas.
So let it ride with the Buzzard Bookie. With 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can bet any prop, parlay, or point spread without having to hear about it.
And how much did your dumbass lose this time?
Pay your debts, or better yet, make some more bets.
You better not.
When you win $1,000 with the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Sponsored by Great Clips.
Need a haircut? With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when you're up next. Because getting a great haircut shouldn't mean putting your life on hold. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by the all-new 2025 Nissan Armada.
The Asia A1, Las Vegas Aces star Asia Wilson's first Nike signature shoe, was unveiled on Tuesday, launching with a bright pink colorway and featuring hidden elements, including a quote on the outsole that reads, "As a matter of fact, the best is yet to come," a favorite saying of her grandmother's. The shoe will be available for purchase in May. The collection will also include slides and apparel. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
The 2025 all-new Nissan Armada can tackle almost any just-in-case moment you encounter. So go drive it today. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Always the best deals, always the best value.
Hey, it's Doogie here. If you or someone you care about is struggling with sobriety or drug use, you need to give Glen Bay a call. 800-234-1001. Take it from me. I lost my sister to alcoholism, and I would give anything to have her back. Please know there is hope. You can stop using drugs and alcohol, and Glenbeigh can help. Visit them online at glenbeigh.com, GLENBEIGH.com, or call 800-234-1001.
For live radio to have lyrics, that's amazing.
You guys outdid yourselves.
Join the millions already on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
Can I give it 6 stars?
Find your new favorite feature on the iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Watching Clorox cleanup spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
It's that time of year for Arslanian Brothers 20% off winter sales event. It's Ted Arslanian. Save on wall-to-wall carpet, upholstery, tiling, grout cleaning. One call, we're there. Get your 20% off coupon at arslanianbrothers.com.
I'll say this. There are no entries in the Hoops Fan Hall of Fame who didn't show up to the game. Yes, you in the back.
Professor, March Madness is coming to Cleveland. Are we ready?
You prepared to bring the fight? Give it 110 from tip to the final buzzer? Oh, you're ready. The NCAA men's basketball first and second rounds, March 21st and 23rd in Cleveland. Buy your seats today at ncaa.com/MVB tickets. Class dismissed.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, there's only one name you need to know: Paul Davis. For over 30 years, the professionals at Paul Davis Restoration are the experts that Northeastern Ohio trusts for rapid emergency response. We are your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis is committed to minimizing stress and disruption to your life when your home or business experiences an unexpected disaster. Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly. From cleanup to recovery to reconstruction, when disaster strikes, you do have a choice. Paul Davis, the first name in property damage restoration. We are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com. Don't wait. Call Paul Davis, the restoration experts, at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com. When disaster strikes, there's only one name you need to know: Paul Davis.
Why is life better with American Family Insurance? Because every policy comes with something very special. A trusted agent who's there to help protect your dreams by finding the right coverage at the right price. Save up to 23% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Whoa, so cool. Tiny little robots. Hundreds of them. But Tyler, why are you making toys?
Toys?
Josh, you're holding a sophisticated furnace repair bot.
Bot?
That's right, deployed directly into your system to diagnose and fix any issue.
But Mitchell's technicians are real furnace repair magicians. With their human touch, they can tackle any system and make any repair. No need to overcomplicate it.
For truly magical furnace repair, call Mitchell's 1 hour at mitchellsmagic.com.
This Valentine's Day gift, choose forever over flowers with the perfect gift from Ashcroft & Oak Jewelers. Now you can get $50 off every $300 you spend on engagement rings, diamond heart pendants, earrings, and more. Don't just give her a gift this Valentine's Day. Give her a memory to last a lifetime with jewelry from Ashcroft & Oak. They can help you find or create the perfect piece of jewelry. They're truly only happy when you're happy. So give a gift now and forever. Learn more or find a store near you at ashcroftandoak.com.
For a limited time at Speedway, get 2 big pizza slices and your favorite Coca-Cola 20-ounce for only $5 with Speedy Rewards. Choose from classic 3-cheese, pepperoni, or extreme meat pizza. Save big with a $5 meal deal with Speedy Rewards. Only at Speedway. Valid through 3/4/25. See app for full terms.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Lit and Fuel. They are co-headlining the Ignited We Stand tour, and it comes to Cleveland in a couple of weeks. Friday, February the 21st, a few weeks from tomorrow, out at MGM Northfield Park. You can go to Ticketmaster.com for all the details on that show. There's probably a third band. I don't know who that is, but Lit and Fuel, your co-headliners. Good luck. Caller 10, these are yours, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
What feels great to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show
on the Buzzard.
WMMS.
How about those Cavaliers? Darius Garland swoops in, boy, with the buzzer beater. I didn't think the Detroit Pistons would ever get that close to beating the Cavs. But again, any given Wednesday night, things can happen. 118-115 was the final last night. And let me find this for you. Tosses it up there, seemingly from mid-court. I don't know if it was that far out. But it was tied at 115. And he closes it out at the buzzer.
A foul was called. Will it be a shooting foul is the question. Oh, my goodness, they're going to give him a shooting foul. Replay. Cunningham. The Cavs are out of timeout. They need to go 94 feet. Niang back to Garland. Darius Garland over the timeline. Garland for the win. Oh! Darius with the
The guy just stands there mid-court and just crosses his arms, right? Mm-hmm. That's a flex. That's a good look right there. So the Cavs win.
Without Darius. I mean, without Donovan Mitchell, too.
Right.
He was out hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, but the bench, that's the thing. Bench just steps up, man. It's awesome.
118-115 last night, the final there in Detroit in front of a Pistons crowd. They take care of it. And the Cavs will play in D.C. tomorrow night. They're off tonight. They'll play the Wizards in D.C. That's a 7 o'clock start. Tomorrow night, 6:30 pregame here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And the Cavs did grab, by the way, DeAndre Hunter from the Hawks. We were talking about that they showed some interest. They send Karis LeVert to Atlanta. This feels like a better deal for Cleveland than Atlanta. But they get DeAndre Hunter and a couple other people. 3 second-round picks and 2 draft pick swaps. Last year, I think the Cavs sat on their hands during the trade period. But this year, a lot of interesting things going on.
I hate to see Karis LeVert go, though.
Yeah,
I really like him.
Agreed. But DeAndre Hunter is no slouch, so he joins the Cavaliers. And still looking good. Still out there killing it. They're 41-10 on the year. So against the Wizards tomorrow night. And let me see. What have I got going on here? Oh, so Josh sends me this. Josh from Columbus. Hey, I came across this. I want to know if you can ask Rob to pronounce this. Maybe he's even been there before. This is a TikTok clip from a guy in front of us.
I recently discovered the greatest name for a lake in United States history. The lake is in Massachusetts, and I will share it with you right now. It is called Lake Chagagagog Munchangagog Chabanagungumug. And I know what you're all thinking right now. You're like, what is so special about Chagagagog Munchangagog Chabanagungumug? It rolls off the tongue very nicely. Chagagagog Munchangagog Chabanagungumug. But I don't know. There's just something.
That's a real lake there in Massachusetts?
Sure is.
And is he pronouncing it correctly?
He is.
And so everybody who lives there has to know this, the Chabagagong thing? Oh, okay.
Nope. You know what we call it?
What?
Webster Lake. Because it's in Webster,
he's going
Mass.
for the indigenous name? Is that what?
Yeah, that's the real name of it.
I was going to say no, but there can't be anybody that calls it that.
I ran a boat out of gas on that lake.
Webster Lake.
Yep.
Now, whereabouts in Massachusetts is that?
It's near Worcester, central part of the state.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Just south of Worcester.
So its indigenous name is Chabagagong.
With a whole lot of G's and things. I don't know that I've ever called it that, but that's funny. Yeah, I've been to that lake many, many times.
Webster Lake. Okay.
There's a venue there, an outdoor pavilion venue where I've seen a bunch of cool concerts. That's where I first saw Jethro Tull.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Were you sitting on a park bench?
In fact, it is that style of seating, yes.
Yeah. Like Kane Park we were talking about the other day. Somebody said they saw Ian Anderson out there.
Charlie Daniels.
Charlie Daniels.
He was always there.
Jethro Tull. Snot is running down his nose. Wasn't he like a pederast in that song, right?
Oh, yeah.
Look at it, little girls in
with
their clothes.
Bad intent.
There you go, with bad intent.
Scary stuff.
Oh. Sitting on Lake Changasangabong. I'm playing them on 2 Hours to Midnight. Chang Changabong Gagagabong.
Watching
Sounds like
Jethro
you're speaking
Tull.
Simlish.
What's that?
Sounds like you're speaking Simlish.
What is that?
The language that Sims speak. It's gibberish.
Simlish.
Yep.
Nerd alert! Nerd alert! Nerd alert!
And another piece of the cat puzzle falls into place, Rob.
Uh-huh.
You still play Sims, like, actively?
No, I don't, but
I was going to say, I don't know
there's a
how
lot
you have no free time. I don't know how you...
I know, I'm so busy, but there's a lot of people that make videos to popular songs, and they sing it with Simlish words, and it's pretty hilarious.
Sitting here in Simlish. Oh, boy. Well, anyway, thank you, Josh in Columbus, for passing that along. Yes, Rob has been there, out on Webster Lake. He's been running out of gas.
Me and my best friend just sat there, waited.
Yeah.
Like, well, somebody will come
Waited
get
or
us eventually.
W-A-D-E-D? Waited or waited?
Waited.
Waited.
Yeah, eventually we made our way back.
Yeah.
I'm like, I ain't rowing. I sat there and smoked
Waiting
cigarettes.
for the gas to come. Yeah, what do you do? How'd you get out of there?
We waited, and they drove some gas over to us.
Drove some gas out.
Yeah. It's a big lake. Great spot. A lot of fun.
You just sit there and get drunk?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just asking.
No,
I don't know if you were out of beer by then or if it was real boring waiting. Or...
No, there was a campground there as well. So a friend of ours had a camper there, and we'd go visit all the time. That was a great spot. Now I'm going to have to go visit again.
Let's go out and skinny dip. You and your friend.
I would never do that.
All right.
Why not?
Not in Webster
I'm
Lake.
not a lake swimmer. I
Same,
feel,
bro. I'm not getting naked. I'm not exposing any of my holes in the natural body of water. I'm
Absolutely not
doing it.
Nope.
It's all
about the
destroyed.
ocean?
It's all destroyed now.
The ocean I'll do.
I'll go
Same.
like crotch deep into the ocean. But other than that, there's
Yeah,
sharks and stuff.
I'm not getting in a lake or a pond without a condom on and a cork in my ass.
Everybody
Nope.
thinks I'm some kind of weirdo, but it's
That's
like
fair.
because my father-in-law has this huge house on a lake in Michigan. That's their primary residence, and so obviously they entertain a lot, and we go out there, and our daughter likes to swim, and all the lake's right there. They have a beach behind their house, a private lake, and I'm like, nope, I'll sit there in like a lawn chair, ankle deep.
Wear a scuba suit.
I mean, yeah, and that's just. I've kind of made that change over the past few seasons because I used to be out there too. I mean, you have a couple of drinks and whatever, but like people that are like going all the way under, no way. No.
Nope. Comes in through your ear. Next thing you know, you're dead.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. Swimming in the lake. Ugh. Tell me why my dong is green.
Flesh-eating bacteria.
Yeah. A fish just crawled up my hole. That's no fun at all. Oh, speaking of Massachusetts. All right. Now, I would have failed this too. I see people dunking on these families. This is a clip from Family Feud with Cleveland's own Steve Harvey. And I would have gotten a lot of these wrong. The answer is name a state that's in New England. And they say New Hampshire, and they get the And I thought New Hampshire, I mean, if you Google New Hampshire, it says an American state in New England.
Yes.
But they gave it the X on Family Feud here.
State that is part of New England.
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire.
Now, why does New Hampshire get the X?
Because no one answered that in the survey. So everybody must have said Massachusetts or Vermont or whatever.
It's not up on the board.
Correct.
I see. I haven't played Family Feud in a while.
Stanley.
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. Julie.
New York.
New York.
That's too far south for New England?
Yep.
Okay.
Pass or play?
Play.
Name a U.S. state that is part of New England.
Rhode Island.
Represent.
Rhode Island.
So nobody said Rhode Island.
Nobody said Rhode Island.
What's the nickname for Rhode Island? It's the what state?
Ocean.
The ocean state?
The ocean state.
Rhode Island claims the ocean?
Yeah, because it's so small and it has like, I don't even know how many miles of oceanfront property. It's incredible.
It's a very small state.
It is.
They're having it carpeted, I heard.
They sure are.
All right, so okay.
Jasmine.
Now, obviously, I'm leading you here to the guesses that are demented because they,
Name a U.S. state that is part of New England.
Maine.
Maine.
Steve Harvey always looks mad when he can't immediately make a joke out of something.
I know.
I mean, he's a comedian. I get it. But the crux of the show has been him, like, making a face into the camera. And if they're talking about states in New England, you can't do anything with that.
Vacation land is Maine, by the way.
What's that?
Vacation land is Maine, by the way.
Name a U.S. state that is part of New England.
Spain.
Spain. Yes,
There's
Spain.
his face.
That is part of New England. Spain.
Anyway, what was throwing me off? Okay, so that explains it then. People just didn't say that. The survey didn't say that. Okay.
Yeah, and
that
Spain
was
is
really
not
throwing me
in
off.
New England, in case you hadn't done well in geography.
Now, I am terrible at geography, but I know Spain is not in New England. Spain is in Old England.
However, one of the best paellas I will ever have in my entire life is at a restaurant called Spain in Warwick, Rhode Island.
Okay.
So there you go. If you're ever out that way, do yourself a favor.
I love paella.
Me too.
So good. Have you ever tried to make it?
I have.
And how successful were you? Because I thought it was going to be, just make this and throw it in, and it's more nuanced than that.
It is, but I was successful because I'm actually a very good cook, Alan. So. I was just amazed at the expense.
Oh, good for you.
I got to get one of those buttons. I was just amazed at the expense of some of the ingredients.
Well, yeah, because it's like rice and like sometimes you can get it with, I used to go to a place in Chicago that made it with rabbit and chicken and, all this other stuff. I don't like the lima beans. Traditional paella has got lima beans in it.
Just don't have to overdo them.
Stick those up your ass. Lima beans. As far as I'm concerned, if you're asking me. Lima beans up your ass.
Doesn't like lima beans.
No.
Just adding it to the list.
There are a lot of foods that I have come to appreciate as an adult that I hated as kids. Lima beans I have flatlined. I have stayed consistent on lima beans. I hate them. Hate them. A lot of legumes that I will F with, but not lima beans. Or if you're down in Peru, of course, lima beans. I don't care for those either. If you want to leave us voicemails, you can. Short messages on the iHeartRadio app, but when Corey from Tarpon Springs checks in, he's usually got a lot to say from Florida on there. So voicemails are a better option. It's 216-986-8903 for the Alan Cox Show After Hours line.
Oh, hoy, hoy. Alan baby. Corey in Tarpon Springs. You're talking about dad phrases, and I'm racking my brain. My dad is the most patient and just calm man that I've ever met in my life. I was probably 13. He's getting ready for work. He was a factory worker. It's early. I'm getting ready to go to middle school or something. I'm holding my head. It's 5 in the morning. And I'm just holding my head, and I meet him in the kitchen, and I'm going to get some cereal or something. He's just sipping his coffee. He looks at me. I look at him. Takes a sip. What's wrong with you? I got a headache. Pauses, takes a sip, looks at me. Because if I had a head like that and it didn't ache, I'd be concerned. Love that, man. Take it easy, guys.
Head like that and a what?
He said, if I had a head like that and it didn't ache, I'd be concerned.
Oh, all right. Well done.
Yeah. Alan, the fact that you didn't understand how Family Feud works is amazing. You can get out of America with the rest of them. No, listen, it did throw me off. I was like, wait, what? I forgot that they ask people. It's silly. You're right. I just had a brain fart on Family Feud. As I was watching that, I was like, wait, New Hampshire's in New England. They both have new in the name. Aren't you supposed to cook paella in a hole in the ground?
Well, I mean, if you have the hole in the ground,
well, I was
sure.
going to say, I think you might be thinking of kimchi. You cook that in the ground.
That's letting it sit. Yeah.
Yeah,
you can definitely do
paella, it's in a pan.
Yeah, but big paella pans, people actually will do that and cover it up. Bricks. I was thinking of saffron. I couldn't come up with it. The expense of saffron is incredible because that's what gives paella the color and the flavor. And it's ridiculously expensive.
I'm just wild about saffron in my paella.
I'm just wild about saffron.
Give me all the saffron.
Harvesting is expensive.
I don't know why it's is saffron indigenous to this country? I don't think it is.
I don't think so. And you have to do, every little piece has to be pulled by hand. It's the harvesting.
Yeah, just like me.
It's
I tell my girlfriend, every little piece of me's got to be pulled by hand.
306.
I'm like a piece of saffron over here. It's from the crocus plant. Remember crocus?
The band?
Screaming in the night.
We played that on the 80s
I know.
day. Yeah.
I hear Stansbury doing it on Big Hair Wednesday, and
love that band.
Saffron is actually quite good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? They put saffron, even though all that like gas station boner pills and stuff, are all nonsense or whatever. A lot of those kinds of things though have saffron in them, and it's an anti-inflammatory. All they say about saffron is if you're pregnant, maybe don't have a lot of it. So,
it's if you get like not just the grocery store type stuff, it's really, really expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anything you got to pull by hand, it's going to cost you a pretty penny.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what my Venmo says. Alan, you just jinxed me. I was listening to all the listening to that dude's prom poop story on my drive to work, and I kid you not, I parked my car and didn't look down as I was getting out of my car, and I stepped right in a pile of somebody's stomach business right outside my car door, and there was enough of it that it splashed up and got my pant leg.
Okay, pants and shoes in the trash.
Yeah.
Did he say he was going to work or going home?
This says on my drive to work.
Oh, turn around, go home, change. Just throw your pants away, throw your shoes away. It's over. That stuff touches you, man.
Frank, why aren't you in today? I got vomit on my. I got somebody's stomach business all over my Johnston and Murphy's. Field dressing a groundhog paella. There you go. Saffron. Thank you. My friend Becky's parents invited my friend's parents. Here we go. My friend Becky's parents invited my friend's parents over for paella one time when they were visiting from Florida, but they never came over because they didn't like my parents. See, that one I'm not going to miss.
Yeah.
I missed the Office reference. You're not going to get me on Seinfeld. But I assume Becky from Wayne County is who they're referring to. I got a message from, Pete from Pittsburgh checks in with us quite a bit. Listens to the show on the iHeartRadio app, one of our many bureau chiefs if you listen from out of state. Rhode Island, the Ocean State, or any other state in New England or anywhere else, you can leave us messages.
Hey, Alan, Rob, Cat, Pete in Pittsburgh here, calling to say I'm volunteering your show to be a call-in dating show. Hi, I'm Pete in Pittsburgh. I am 41 years old. I live with my mom. I do have a job. I make less than $20,000 a year. I don't have health insurance. I do have a car. Hit up the Alan Cox Show to reach out to Pete in Pittsburgh. Hate the show. Oh, yeah, thanks, Alan, for the
Oh, my God, Pete!
And using your platform and everything else.
Yeah, okay. Well, there he is, ladies. 41. Lives at home in Pittsburgh. Does have a job. Makes less than $20,000 a year. Is that what he says?
Yep.
What's the job? Man.
Whatever's keeping him just in that tax bracket.
I guess so. Well, I don't know. I'm curious how old his mom is. How many years until he gets the house all to himself? Not to be too morbid. Well, there you go, ladies. Pete, I'm always happy to hear from you and happy to share this platform and hopefully some young... Now, it's going to have to be a woman in Pittsburgh. Nobody's going long distance for that. But plenty of lovely women there in the Steel City. Maybe a young lady over there from Carlow College can shack up with you, Pete, if that's still around. 41. Pete's called us a ton of times. I never knew anything about him, but I thought he was way younger than that. 41, lives with mom. Employed. Less than $20K.
Has a car.
Has a car. Less than $20K. All right. If you're on hold, I will grab you on the way back. If you want to send me a text for something, 35192 to do that. I'll have more money for you come 3:30. That's the next keyword from the Buzzard Bookie. Right after this break, you want to go see Whitney Cummings. She was on the show Monday, but her tour comes to the Agora on the 28th, and I'll get you a pair of tickets for that coming back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Every September, the biggest superstars from all genres of music play a festival that is like no other on the planet.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Returning to Las Vegas.
2 epic nights.
September 19th and 20th.
On one stage.
For its 15th year.
I can't believe it actually happened.
And these artists have all been part of it.
Taylor Swift.
Kenny Chesney.
Billie Eilish.
Jay-Z.
Jennifer Lopez.
Coldplay.
Carrie Underwood.
The Foo Fighters.
Megan Thee Stallion.
Luke Combs.
Elton John. Green Day.
Justin Timberlake.
Rihanna.
U2. Tim McGraw.
Mariah Carey.
Paul McCartney.
The
Weeknd.
They've all been there.
Now, make this the year you go to.
The early access on sale is happening right now and available to everyone until tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific.
Go to iHeartRadio.
going to go see Whitney Cummings. She's on the Big Baby Tour. It's the back half of her 2024 tour. Only doing a handful of dates, the beginning of 2025. One of them here in Cleveland. End of the month, Friday the 28th, at the world-famous Agora. And if there are tickets remaining, you can get that information at agoracleveland.com. Otherwise, this pair of tickets here for you. 2 for Whitney Cummings on the Big Baby Tour. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I got more money for you about 9 minutes from now. Next keyword from the Buzzard Bookie is showing up around 3:30. Howie Mandel on the show last week. I'm going to grill him about that whole Bill Burr, Billy Corgan thing. But he's coming to do a show, so we'll talk about that, what's up with him. Also, Jeremy Piven is going to be on the show as well in a couple of weeks. So, again, some funny people going to be stopping by on the show.
I'm starting to finally believe that Howie thing was real because he was like all apologetic. I'm so sorry to Billy. I'm sorry to Bill. I thought I was doing something nice. I believe that now I'm starting to believe it was real.
Yeah, because I think he's publicly like, I feel really bad about it.
I really screwed the pooch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we'll find out next week. He will be on the show Tuesday, I believe. Howie Mandel, who is, let's see, where is his show? He's coming through MGM Northfield Park on the 23rd. So that show is not far off. That is Sunday, the 23rd, for Howie Mandel. So have him on the phone this coming Tuesday, and then we'll figure out what's what.
When was the last time he toured for stand-up? It has to have been a minute, right?
He mostly does Vegas, I think. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know that I've ever, I don't remember. I've been doing this a long time, and I forget. People remind me of guests I've had, and I don't even remember talking to them. So I don't know if I've ever talked to Howie Mandel. But that'll be fun, too. It'll be like, oh, everything old is new again. Hey, Jeff.
Yes.
What's up, Jeff?
You were talking about things that hurt your brain?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I just found something out the other day that it was hurting my brain. So if you were to win a world record for something, and then you won another world record for something, you would have won 2 world records. You would have been the first one to win 2 world records, correct?
The logic checks out. In my limited capacity to think and process information, Jeff, yes.
So then, this is where it gets really deep. You would have won another world record because you're the first one to win 2 world records.
Meaning you've won
Right?
3 world records.
Guess what?
What?
You see where this is going?
They just keep increasing. Then you're the first person to do 3 world records, which gives you a 4th world record.
It's endless.
It is endless.
I had to get out of bed and call my sister.
And tell her and tell her what? Hey, sis. And she goes, it's 4:30 in the morning. What are you calling me for?
Oh my God, what's wrong?
What's wrong?
No, I didn't talk about that anymore. I was just trying to forget about it.
Oh, I see. She calling her was the way to purge get that earworm out of your brain, as it were. Yeah. How did you land on that, Jeff? Is that something you read or something you thought about?
I had heard it. No, I didn't. I can't think of things like that. But once it's impregnated in my brain, then I just go with it.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Well, that's what helps you maintain that brain elasticity, Jeff. That's good.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. There's a Jeff out there in Grafton who keeping his brain mossy.
Not high enough for that.
Hey, Cameron.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing. I just thought we'd backtrack. I have a funny prom story that y'all were talking about earlier.
All right.
There was this kid that used to pick on one of my buddies back in the day, and it was junior prom, and we had the great idea to drink a couple beers beforehand, and we heard they were breathalyzing at the door. So we stop into the Walgreens and get those Listerine strips. You know, the ones that melt on your tongue and make your breath minty fresh?
Of course.
Yeah. So the kid that was always picking on my buddy, I had the great idea to give him a couple of those Listerine strips. I didn't tell him what it was. He kept gobbling them down and eating them up and having a grand old time. He finally looks at me and he was like, "What is this?" I said, "Dude, it's LSD." And then we leave. And apparently he had the worst night ever.
Wait, so they were the breath strips or they weren't?
They were the breath strips, but he didn't know that.
I see. The power of suggestion compelled him to say that he was tripping balls at some point.
Absolutely. He sat in
Yes.
the corner and basically cried all night while his girlfriend came and gave us the business.
Yeah, right. Had she by any chance slipped in poop a couple of hours earlier?
Honestly, he probably smelt like it. I mean, he really had this condition where his face looked like his butt.
Oh, yeah? Do tell.
He was just ugly.
Uh-huh.
Is that
right.
like Arse face in the Preacher?
In Preacher. Arse face, yeah. All right, thank you, Cameron.
No problem, Alan. Hate the show.
When Cameron
Thank you,
was
Cameron.
in Egypt's land, let my Cameron go.
Oh, there's my buddy Alan Ruck from the pride of Parma, Ohio. Alan, I thought you hated Jeremy Piven. I don't hate Jeremy Piven. No, you just never know which Jeremy Piven you're going to get. I have spoken to him on a couple of occasions. He's a Chicago boy. We have some mutual friends. You just never know which version of him you're going to get. And I think maybe the older he's gotten, he might have mellowed a bit. But back in the day, it was a real coin toss. You might get Johnny Big Balls, Jeremy Piven, or you might get nice, chilled out Jeremy Piven. So I don't know. We'll see. But he's coming through and doing some stand-up, too.
I think doing Hair Club for Men commercials usually will humble a fella, too.
Is that what he did? Did he do those?
Yeah, he was doing it for quite a while.
Oh,
He might still be.
Well, because for a long time, he got mad when people would suggest that he had hair plugs. So he denied it for a long time. And then people were like, bro, I saw PCU.
Yeah,
right?
right.
PCU is one of my favorite movies. I love that movie. To this day, I love that movie. And right. And yeah, so we'll see. No, I don't hate anybody. It's just I like to get a vibe with people, and some people it's real hard to get a vibe with, you know. I had fun with Whitney Cummings on Monday, but I think she might have been distracted. You know, she's got a baby now. And so I felt like I had we had a fun conversation, but I felt like I had a hard time getting a rhythm with her, which is kind of important to me. Once you kind of get on a wave, you can kind of surf it. And if you never know what kind of day they're having, you know? They might be stressed out or they might be whatever. So we'll see. I don't know. I will have more money, though, for you in just a few minutes, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So keep that in the back of your mind. You know, Beyonce is not the only cowboy Carter to win a Grammy. A peanut farmer from Plains, Georgia, also won. Jimmy Carter, the recently deceased former president, he won a posthumous Grammy. It was, if you've never heard it, it's wild. It's full of expletives. Boy, you'd never imagine it from this guy. It's him and Chappell Roan just going back and forth, just calling each other terrible names. Nothing I would have ever expected from Jimmy Carter. But he just died. He died right before Christmas, right after Christmas. He was 100 years old, and he had gotten a nomination in the audiobook category. So if you were waiting for the late Jimmy Carter's banger to drop, unfortunately, that's not what it is. I'm sure you could set it to music. But he won a Grammy posthumously for his audiobook, which was him reading. He had a book about Sunday school lessons or something, right? He was a decent man to the very, very end. Not our most accomplished president, of course, but easily one of the best people to ever. I mean, you couldn't find someone more antithetical to the person who is currently occupying the Oval Office. But easily one of the best human beings to have sat in the Oval Office.
Jimmy Carter, peanut farmer.
I always wondered if that was apocryphal, though. Was he really a peanut farmer, or was that just something to make him? I mean, obviously he was he wasn't a man of means. That was part of his appeal. But I was like, was he really a peanut farmer, or was that just something to make him seem even extra folksier?
I think he was.
Okay.
Well, at least his parents, right? I mean, grew up around it. You can prove that.
By the way, he has gotten 3 previous Grammys for spoken word albums. So if you are in voiceover work and spoken word narration, it is a bloodthirsty business. There's like 10 people who do every cartoon voice. I hear from people all the time because there's no barriers to entry anymore. You can go buy a microphone and start spouting whatever you want into it and post it somewhere. You can just put it on the iHeartRadio app. They don't care what goes up there. And so people are like, I'll get emails from people, hey, I want to get into voiceover. I'm like, good luck. There's like 10 people who do everything. But Jimmy Carter kept grabbing Grammys for his albums. And he's the oldest Grammy Award winner. Oh, it says if he had won before his death, he would have become the oldest Grammy Award winner in history.
Damn it.
Right. So, Plains, Georgia, peanut farmer. He's often referred to as a politician and humanitarian, and not necessarily in that order.
Yeah, I would say definitely the latter, right? Humanitarian, then politician.
He's a Navy man, he's a veteran and whatever.
Just spent his life around Habitat for Humanity, man. That's
sure.
Good man.
More accomplished post-presidency.
Without question.
But he was well-versed in science and technology and things like that, and he was, yes, trying to grow his family's peanut business. Student of agriculture and all that. I guess you'd have to be able to cultivate the mighty peanut. Hey, I've got money here for you, as promised, $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely, and I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
This is a little clip off the Jimmy Carter Grammy Award-winning album. It's not all spoken word. It was kind of a lot of different collaborations with artists. This is his work with Darius Rucker.
I've got nuts that's steaming butter. If you try one of them, you'll never try another. Selling nuts, hot nuts. Get them from the stoop down man. Selling nuts, hot nuts. Anybody here wanna buy my nuts? Selling nuts, hot nuts. I've got nuts for sale. They call me the stoop down man, cause I eat nuts anytime I can. Selling nuts.
Now, I don't understand the logic there. They call me the stoop down man because I eat nuts. And
I wonder if anybody got any out there. I say nuts.
Yeah, Howie Mandel did apologize for the whole Bill Burr, Billy Corgan thing. So when I talk to him on Tuesday, I'll have to follow up with him on that.
I wonder if he'll talk about it. You think he will?
He'll have to.
Kind of has to, right?
Yes, everybody. I'm not unique in that. Everybody he talks to, because he's doing a press tour, everybody he talks to is going to lead with that.
Well, sometimes you get that lame things you can't talk about interview stuff from these guys.
I get them all the time, but I don't adhere to them. Hey, he'd really like if you didn't ask him about that. Guess what? That's the first thing I'm going to ask him. Of course. Don't tell me what I can't ask him.
Now it makes you want to ask it more.
Well, yes. I mean, if that's what people care, that's the irony is a lot of times it's what they know people want to know about, but they don't want to talk about it. I fully understand not wanting to talk about something because, again, he's probably talking it to death, but he hasn't talked to me yet, and I want to know. And so does my audience. So I want to know what his thoughts are. And if he says to me, well, I don't really want to talk about that, I'll press him a little bit. But again, I'm not trying to stick it to people. I'm trying to be said. Well, no, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a billion things you can talk about with Howie Mandel. Now, here's my plan. If he tries to kind of circumvent that whole thing, I don't really talk about that. I will figure out, because I'll prep ahead of time, I will figure out the most terrible, mundane part of his career to date, and I'll go, let's talk about this. Hey, is there ever going to be a Little Bobby reboot?
He's like, Alan, I was thinking about it. Let's talk about Bill Burr.
I think it's funny that a lot of people don't even know that Howie Mandel is a stand-up comedian. They know him from Deal or No Deal and all these other things. But Howie Mandel was a very successful stand-up comedian. Now, some people in that community didn't always take him seriously because he was up there putting surgical gloves on his head and things like that. But it was whatever.
Blowing it up with his nose.
Yeah, there's a lot of different kinds of senses of humor. And that's one of them. So we'll figure that out next week. Alan, I hope one of your mom's new suitors is going to be the new owner of the Chicago Bears. Yeah, I saw that. Virginia McCaskey died. She's the daughter. She was 102.
Oof.
Died this morning. Virginia McCaskey, her father was George Halas. He was one of the co-founders of the NFL. He was the guy. Chicago Bears, they've got GSH on their jerseys. That is George, I don't know what the middle initial was, Stanley or something. But her dad, it's a family business. Virginia McCaskey has owned the Chicago Bears for a long, long time. I mean, her sons run the organization, but she's the owner. And she died this morning. So that is a very, very prominent person and family in the greater Chicagoland area. Now, do I have, and I haven't checked in with my mom. You know, she was talking to me a little bit about that helicopter crash that was coming out of an Army base that I guess where we lived before I was born, or she and my dad lived, and she was talking to me about that. But I haven't followed up with her and asked her about her gentleman callers. I mean, I called her on my dad's birthday, and I broached the subject because we talked for about an hour or so. But I haven't really dug in. It's not a regular conversation piece when I text with my mom. Again, I repeat what I have always said about this, which is as long as she's happy and she's being safe, I don't need to know the particulars.
Mm-hmm.
It's none of my business. I don't want to know. I think if something gets hinky, my siblings are going to blow up our group chat, and then I'm going to hear about it. But I won't lie to you. It'd be nice. My mom started dating whoever's going to own the Chicago Bears. It's going to stay in the Halas McCaskey family, I have to think. But, she only runs it because her brother died young of a heart attack. Because that's how they did it back then. I'm not giving this team to my daughter. A woman in football? What? But she lived a long, long life. And not always thought of fondly by the fans of the team. You know, if you're an owner of a sports team, half the people are going to hate you, and the other half are going to be indifferent to you. Nobody's ever going to be like, oh, my God, what a great, we love what they're doing with the. But, no, thank you for pointing that out, sir or madam. Alan, you should ask Howie about the movie Walk Like a Man. I loved that when I was a kid. I don't remember that movie. I remember Little Monsters. Wasn't that him and Fred Savage?
It was.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't remember Walk Like a Man.
I do. He was it like a man-child or something like that? I don't remember. Was it one of those switch body movies? I remember watching that movie.
Oh, maybe. I'll tell you, a Howie Mandel movie I love. And I saw it probably freshman or sophomore year of high school. And I don't know if it's considered a terrible movie. I bet if I watched it again, it was called A Fine Mess. And there was this director named Blake Edwards who was very accomplished. He was, for his time in the 70s and 80s, Blake Edwards was making all these killer comedies. He was married to Julie Andrews. He was making movies like, I think he made that movie 10 with Bo Derek. He did Breakfast at Tiffany's, and he did the Pink Panther movies. And but he did a movie called A Fine Mess, and it was Ted Danson and Howie Mandel. They're two guys who overhear a couple of mafia guys who say at the racetrack that they are going to inject a horse with steroids. And after they hear this, they try to bet on that horse. And the premise is ridiculous, and I literally haven't seen it in 30 years, but God, did I love that movie when I was a kid. I don't know if it's streaming. It's called A Fine Mess. It probably flopped. It looks like it did. It cost $15 million to make. It grossed $6 million.
I just Googled Walk Like a Man. That's what it was. He was raised by wolves. And then he
Okay.
was brought back to his like highfalutin family, millionaires. And he was, he was like acting like a wolf the entire time with dogs
Okay.
and sniffing butts and stuff like that.
Yep.
I do remember this now.
Okay.
Christopher Lloyd was in it. Cloris Leachman.
So a lot of physical comedy.
Oh, yes.
But yeah, all right. Well, that was what he
Perfect
did, right?
for him, yeah.
I mean, he was on Saint Elsewhere, which was a TV show in the 80s. I remember him on that, and Fine Mess and Little Monsters. But anyway, a lot of people don't realize that he was a very successful stand-up comedian. And Deal or No Deal essentially revived his career. Because that was still when, by his own admission, he's like, if you were doing a game show, your career was over. And he was like, okay, fine, I'll do it. And it blew up. And now everybody wants to do a game show.
Especially when COVID was happening, because all the writers, when all that stuff was down, everybody was making game shows. Then the writers' strike, they were doing as many of those as possible.
Yep. Okay, let me take a break here. If you want to get a text to me, 35192. I've got tickets on the way back. It's the 10th anniversary of the Outlaw Music Festival out at Blossom. It's Willie Nelson and Bob Dylan and Bruce Hornsby and Nathaniel Ratliff and the Night Sweats, June 21 out at Blossom. These are not on sale until tomorrow morning, so you get a pair before everybody else does. We'll do that coming back. 35192. Text for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
All right, I'm going to go see Willie Nelson and the Family and Bob Dylan and Nathaniel Rateliff and the Night Sweats and Bruce Hornsby and the Noisemakers and Myron Elkins, all of them on stage for the 10th anniversary of the Outlaw Music Festival. Comes to Blossom this summer, Saturday, June 21st. The tickets are on sale tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Now, the WMMS pre-sale is happening right now. Use the promo code DUET at livenation.com. Otherwise, tomorrow morning, they'll go on sale to everyone else. You can get this pair right now and avoid all that. Caller 10. Good luck. Outlaw Music Festival this summer. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Remember, our devices are always listening to us.
We are.
So if you start to see ads for squeezy salads and wiener milk, you know who to blame. The Alan Cox Show.
WMMS.
Drink all day, play all night. Let's get it poppin'. I'm in Cleveland trick. Drink all day, play all night. Let's get it poppin'. I'm in Cleveland trick. Get your hands up.
Remember LMFAO?
Sure do.
Remember they had a big summer? Yeah. Party Rock is in the house tonight. They did an album called I'm in Your City Trick, and they did 40 versions of that song, and they just put different cities in. That one is this I'm in Cleveland Trick, but they did like Austin and New York and Portland and whatever. LMFAO, they had a big year and a half about maybe 15 years ago. A couple of rich kids. They weren't spring chickens at the time, right? These guys are 50 now. And the one guy's dad founded Motown Records. He was Berry Gordy's kid. So somebody looked at these guys and were like, all right, well, get in the studio and do some crap, and then we'll get, And they, unbelievably, it was timing and everything else, they blew up. But they were funny for the time, right? I'm sexy and I know it, and, it was funny. And they had a pretty good, summer.
Were they on Shots, too? Was that them?
That was them.
Yeah. With everybody. With Lil Jon?
Yeah, with Lil Jon. That was their song, too.
When I walk on by, girls be looking like Debbie Fly. I pimp to the beat, walking down the street and my new the freak, yeah. This is how I roll.
I mean, it's stupid and funny.
Trying to tan my cheeks.
Yeah, tan my cheeks. Yeah. 2011. This thing's 15 years old, boy. Hard to believe. But but it was Berry Gordy's kid and one of his friends. And
you imagine you create Motown Records. Decades later, you have children.
Yeah.
This is what he does with music.
Well,
Dad's like, all right, whatever, just go do your thing.
Yeah.
I'm sexy and I know it.
He's got passion in his pants. Come on.
Just
no, listen, no hate at all. I mean, if you're Berry Gordy, you probably look at this and you go, listen, I know I hit when I hear it, right? Anyway, I mentioned these guys because the one dude, Berry Gordy's kid, is almost 50. And I guess as a younger man, it sounds like the classic tale of somebody who was trying to find their direction in the world when his father was a wealthy, accomplished guy. He went to middle school with Will.i.am, and he's Berry Gordy's kid. And he just kind of bounced around, this guy. He was there were two guys in LMFAO, and he went by Red Foo. But I think his name is Stefan Gordy, Berry Gordy's kid. And the other guy in the band was like one of his cousins or something.
Sky Blue or something like that?
Sky Blue.
Blue Sky, Sky
That's
Blue.
right, Sky Blue. And they had a hot 18 months. I mean, they were cranking out hits. I think they at the time, they were like the only other duo besides Outkast to ever have 2 or 3 like #1 songs back to back. Anyway. But Stefan Gordy, he was trying to be a day trader for a while. And then he went back to when he was a kid. And he goes, well, when I was a kid, I liked tennis. And now he's back on the tennis circuit. Guy's pushing 50. And he's in tennis. Kat was a big tennis player, she said, when she was younger.
Actually, I played even in college at Baldwin Wallace. So it's like basketball and tennis have been a lifelong thing for me.
Oh, good for you.
What she's trying to say
I
is
love it.
she and this guy, Rob, took a lot of shots out there on the tennis court. So you played in on the team or just recreationally while you were in college?
No, I played on the official team.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And what? Because I really know F all about tennis, big picture. I don't watch Wimbledon or anything like that. What constitutes like being a good tennis player? Is it as simple as you have more wins than losses? When you're out there, were you out competing? Were you just on the team? I mean,
So you practice obviously with the team every week. We would play other colleges. We even went to Hilton Head for a tournament, all expenses paid. That was really nice. My first time there. And we had a tournament over there. And so it's pretty.
When you were younger, were you traveling?
When I was younger? Okay, so when I was younger, I've been playing since I was a kid. There used to be a place, I don't know if it's still around, but it was called East Valley Racket Club. I believe it was near Bedford somewhere. And then also Peak Performance in Brecksville. I would practice there, and then I was on the team at Brecksville and Broadview Heights High School, and so were my sisters. It's always been a family affair.
So tennis was a big sport in your family.
Tennis and basketball.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, because you guys are tall.
That's true.
Yeah,
we have a good reach.
But does height, this is going to sound stupid, but again, I don't know anything about it. I dated a girl in college who was amazing at tennis. She tried to teach me. I was terrible, and we didn't keep dating. But is height an advantage in tennis?
I think that you can be a great player no matter your stature. However, I think that being tall it can really benefit you in that you have a much longer reach.
Your wingspan
example.
is
your
better.
wingspan, and also like when you're hitting the ball, just like the strength and power that it takes, like for example for a serve or anything like that, that can definitely help.
So you didn't play volleyball; you played basketball and tennis.
I love volleyball. That's my third favorite sport, especially on the beach. But I never played on a team because it was the same season as tennis. And also, a hidden gem here. The basketball and volleyball coaches generally do not tend to rock with each other. They're always competing for each other's players, especially because they're usually tall.
They're all tall, yeah.
Athletic, and so they kind of a lot of times would want people to choose. There were some people I knew that did both, but because they're just so competitive year-round sports, very time-consuming, a lot of people ended up having to choose one.
All right, now I'm going to throw you a curveball. It's another sports reference. What is your fourth favorite sport?
That's a good one. Probably soccer was the first thing that came to mind. I played on an all-boys team when I was a young kid, but then my mom was like, that's for boys, you're going to get hurt. So then I ended up going to basketball, which is still very high contact.
I was going to say, yeah, that's for boys.
Contact.
I mean, you're not even using your arms in soccer.
I think it was because I was the only girl on the team. It was at the St. Sava team, the Serbian team. But yeah, it was a cool experience.
Boys will knock you over. You'll get hurt out there. Come home.
Totally.
Yeah. Anyway, Red Foo from LMFAO is back there at the ripe age of 49, and he's back on the tournament schedule for tennis. He tried to qualify for the U.S. Open some time ago, but didn't. And they said that he's not exactly out there killing it, but he wants to play again. And so he's going to try, at least for the time being, he's going to try to seriously pursue this.
You think he just missed the cut on the U.S. Open by just a couple of shots?
He probably did.
Yeah.
Because also, like, you know, you're not going to get out there at 49 and tear it up.
I think the only thing I know
And nobody
about-
wants to see 50-year-old dudes go back on tour as LMFAO either.
I bet you people would. Right now, that it's like all that nostalgia stuff
nostalgia.
is huge.
I think they would.
Really?
The only thing I know about women's tennis is the grunting. Who
was that? Monica Seles? Was she the one who was doing that? She was
everybody
the one,
now.
A lot of
Do
people,
they?
Sharapova.
So who was the one that started the grunting? Was it because Monica Seles is the one who got stabbed by a fan?
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
I remember when I was a kid, I was probably 10 or 11, and I went with a friend and their family to I don't know if it was the U.S. Open. It was something. They were having it at the old Chicago Amphitheater when I was a kid. And Martina Navratilova was there. She's a very famous tennis player, and I think she's still alive. She's Czech.
Oh, cool.
And gay and the whole bit, right? This was back when that wasn't widely known or accepted in sports, whatever. But she was very open about it, and she kind of blazed that trail. Martina Navratilova was the #1 female player in the world at the time. But she made all this local news when the whatever it was called, the Coca-Cola Open or whatever it was. Because her dog was on the sideline there, and her dog went out and deposited an offensive drop shot.
It all comes back.
Just outside the deuce court. Yeah, she did. And they were like and you'd think if it's your dog, you'd go and say, could we have a stay of play? I need to go over and do this. She had the Andy Frayne ushers get out there and scoop it up. She had the ushers go and clean up her dog's poo. It wasn't a giant dog. She had like a Yorkie or something or a Chihuahua and got out there and scooped it up. Took them 20 minutes to do it. Yeah, exactly. Some of these I don't know if they still have Andy Frayne ushers, but some of these guys aren't too fast. Probably took a lunch break in there somewhere, but man. Okay, I've got Kids Corner here.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner.
Yeah, Barry Gordy's kid in LMFAO, and I was thinking that he was, I thought that he was heir to a toy fortune for some reason. LMFAO Schwartz.
Oh, makes sense.
Anyway, still on the sports thing. Up in Quebec, they are asking, no, it hasn't happened, but they're trying to get ahead of it. They're asking fans, hey, there's been a lot of booing of American teams in Canada for obvious reasons. Now, dummies down here think they got to boo the Canadian team. There's no reason for us to boo Canadian teams. But the officials up in Quebec have asked people ahead of time, hey, we're going to have American Pee-wee hockey teams up here. Please don't boo the children. Now, maybe they need to be told this. Maybe they don't. I don't know. But they're trying to get ahead of it. Bruno Marchand is the mayor of Quebec City. And he's like, hey, we are going to have Pee-wee hockey games happening. And we would like everyone in attendance to feel comfortable. Donald Trump is not the Americans, and the Americans are not Donald Trump, was how he put it. And young hockey players have nothing to do with what their government is trying to put in place. Now, maybe it's, people go, I hardly think this needs to be said, but I'm telling you, better to say it and have people at least hear it out loud. These are 11 and 12-year-old hockey players. And so it's a mixture of Canadian and American kids. But they have teams from all around the world. The 120 teams from all around the world come up and play this Pee-wee hockey. And the opening ceremony is next week. And so he's made a public plea to people, hey, please don't boo the kids. Because
unless they suck.
Well, like kids aren't even old enough to vote, right?
It's character development.
There you go. And by the time these kids are old enough to vote, we won't have voting anymore anyway. So it's a moot point. Also in Kids Corner, a teenage kid walked into an airport with a gun and demanded a plane. Texarkana in Arkansas, an armed teenager walks into the Texarkana Regional Airport the other morning and said that he needed a plane. And I think they tackled him or somebody de-escalated the situation and got the gun away from him.
Say about 7:30 this morning, the teen showed up at the airport's Signature Aviation armed with an AR-style rifle, a handgun, and demanded a plane. The Signature Aviation employees were able to lock themselves in a nearby room and call 911. The teen then made it to the airfield where the private planes are located. A private pilot who saw what was happening got his own gun and ordered the armed teen to the ground and took the weapons.
That's tough for the private pilot because, of course, they like to keep things to themselves. But this kid walks in and bing, bang, boom, everybody's okay.
But, of course, anytime you have an incident like this, we find ways to improve it, make it faster, make it so that way, if you can even shave 10 to 15 seconds off, that can mean more lives saved in the future. So we will find ways to improve our systems, but we're very proud that today nobody was hurt.
They're just out there shaving and saving. Shaving off time and saving some lives. So nobody got hurt there at the Texarkana airport. He was walking in with a rifle and a handgun. Hey, I'd like a plane. Because then you're going to ask him a lot of questions. He's not going to have answers. For instance, I walked into Home Depot and I demanded a plane. And the girl goes, aisle 26. And I go, I'm looking for a low-angled jack. And she goes, oh, well, then the bathroom is your best bet because the door locks. I go into a home improvement store. I got a field dress a groundhog within 5 minutes. All right? I get very excited.
The smells in there.
I get very excited.
I think I just learned that there is more than one Texarkana.
There probably, yes. Probably so.
One in Texas, one in Arkansas.
Yes. Hence the name, Rob.
I know.
Like Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas.
I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I thought the whole thing was in Texas.
Yeah.
Because of Smokey and the Bandit.
Yeah.
That's all I know of it.
Yeah. Because of Eastbound and Down.
Uh-huh.
And there's beer in Texarkana.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what a great song.
Eastbound and Down.
Yeah.
Loaded up and trucking.
Loaded up and trucking. A lot of people are loaded up, not trucking. A lot of people trucking, not loaded up. They're deadheading. Yeah, anyway, everybody's fine. I think it would have been great had they just grabbed this kid's guns and then killed him with them, right? That'll teach you. And then just throw him in the dumpster or something. But frankly, cooler heads prevailed in this situation. And good for them.
Keep your foot hard on the pedal. Son, never mind them brakes. Let it all hang out, cause we got a run to make. The boys are thirsty in Atlanta, and there's beer in Texarkana.
Now, damn right there is.
Alan, planes are usually not well guarded, and they don't need keys a lot of the time. It would just be very easy to kind of take one. You can just start a plane.
I think so.
I mean, I didn't imagine that there were keys to a plane, but I mean, like, is there a button you push?
I think if you know
How
what
do you
you're doing.
start a plane?
Probably a sequence of buttons, I would assume. Right? You probably have to know to do.
People claim video games have taught them.
Yeah.
And then they've gone and tried it and like stolen a plane.
Yeah.
And crashed it and died.
Flight simulator? I used to play flight simulator when I was younger. It never made me want to steal a plane, but
I used to play it a lot until 9/11 because I only wanted to do it to crash planes. And then after that, I was like, yeah, I don't want to do that anymore.
You only wanted to learn how to take off in flight simulator.
That was it.
Not
and
how
just
to land.
have some fun and like just fly. It's like, okay, I'm going to go crash into Fenway Park.
Yeah.
It was dumb.
The Green Monster?
The Green Monster.
Alan asking for a friend. Did Kat make those noises when she was hitting the ball in tennis?
Yes.
Up and trucking. Are we gonna do what they say can't be done?
Oh my God, they were asking for a friend.
I'm sure they were.
Other people are asking because we mentioned it because of the basketball and everything. How tall are you? It's not a HIPAA violation, is it?
Yeah, no, I'm like 5'11" and a half.
Mm-hmm. You got to dodge him. You got to duck him.
You got to duck him. You gotta keep that diesel trucking.
Alan Barry Gordy was getting it all over town. That dude is Rockwell's half brother. Oh, remember Rockwell?
Somebody's watching
Yeah.
me.
Barry Gordy's grandson lives in Shaker with his wife and kids and these things. All right, well, if that's all true, then...
well, that means there's relation to Michael Jackson.
Yes. Well, good for him. Barry Gordy is still alive. He's 95 years old. Okay, listen, I've got to take a break here. I'll have those Modest Mouse tickets for you. I want to go see those guys. They are on tour all 2025 and coming to perform for you in Cleveland, Ohio. That is Friday, June 20th, over at the Cleveland Masonic. Temple Live at the Cleveland Masonic, so we'll hook those up. I'll hook you up with another $1,000. Another keyword at 4:30 to grab you some money courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Every September, the biggest superstars from all genres of music play a festival that is like no other on the planet.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Returning to Las Vegas.
2 epic nights.
September 19th and 20th.
On one stage.
For its 15th year.
I can't believe it actually happened.
And these artists have all been part of it.
Taylor Swift.
Kenny Chesney.
Billie Eilish.
Jay-Z.
Jennifer Lopez.
Coldplay.
Carrie Underwood.
The Foo Fighters.
Megan Thee Stallion.
Luke Combs.
Elton John. Green Day. Justin Timberlake.
Rihanna.
U2.
Tim McGraw.
Mariah Carey.
Paul McCartney.
The Weeknd.
They've all been there.
Now, make this the year you go to.
The early access on sale is happening right now and available to everyone until tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific.
Go to iHeartRadio.com/festival to buy yours before this year's lineup is announced.
And we'll see you in Las Vegas
For our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
presented by Capital One.
From the Mr. Hero Rockin' Reuben
Yo, Rockin' Reuben, you're the hottest new craving mine.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Turning clear overnight down to 20. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high of 27. Then, some snow showers and some sleet Saturday with a high of 34.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
For supersonic furnace repair, visit mitchellsmagic.com.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. You cast your mind back a few years when everybody was stuck at home and a lot of people were spending a lot of time online shopping. Some of that might have been furniture of some kind. You see a photo and you go, hey, that looks pretty great. And you're like, I'm going to be in this place for God knows how long. Let's spruce it up. And then it comes to you. Probably got to put it together. And it might not have been the kind of quality that you were hoping for. These days, you can walk right into Northeast Factory Direct, as you've always been able to, and get stuff for the same price or usually even cheaper than that kind of furniture. But these are items that are going to stand the test of time. They're all about quality at Northeast Factory Direct. So items that are built to last for years. They're not going to start falling apart after a couple of seasons, like a lot of that, kind of flimsy furniture that you get in the mail. So if you go to Northeast Factory Direct, irrespective of what room you're looking to spruce up, your kitchen, your bedroom, whatever, they're going to have items for you in stock, ready to deliver. Whatever questions you've got, the staff there is fantastic. But again, they're not commissioned. They're not breathing down your neck, but always happy to help. And so you can really trade up the furniture that you're going to love. You're going to pay way less for, and it's going to last you a long time. No point settling for furniture that's going to fall apart when you can upgrade to something that you're going to have for a long time. Northeast Factory Direct, 4 locations throughout Northeast Ohio. You can always shop online at northeastfactorydirect.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
This is your Thursday Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
The Chiefs are a 1.5-point favorite over the Eagles in Super Bowl 59, total set at 48.5. I think the second half will have more points than the first half, so give me the first half under 24. Also, give me the Eagles plus 1.5. The public is starting to make their claim. They like Philly, one of the most popular wagers over at BetMGM. The Eagles on the money line. I would not be shocked if Philly closes a slight favorite in the game. So why not? Saquon Barkley, eat your heart out. Give me the Eagles plus 1.5. Your best bet for the big game.
New BetMGM customers can download the app today using code MINUTE to receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if they don't win their first bet. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There are lots of choices for Medicaid plans in Ohio right now. It's confusing. But luckily, this is an easy choice. CareSource. With CareSource, you get so much more than health insurance. Like help going back to school, landing a job, and even finding a safe place to stay. Hey, over 1 million Ohio Medicaid members can't be wrong. So choose the plan Ohioans trust. CareSource. It's your Medicaid. It's your choice. Learn more at caresource.com.
Hey, it's Rob. Switch to Boost Mobile today to get a free Galaxy A15 5G or 4 unlimited lines and 4 free 5G phones for only $100 a month. Switch today at a Boost Mobile store near you. New customers only. Requires auto pay and ID verification. See participating dealers for details.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
For a limited time at Speedway, get 2 big pizza slices and your favorite Coca-Cola 20-ounce for only $5 with Speedy Rewards. Choose from Classic 3-Cheese, Pepperoni, or Extreme Meat Pizza. Save big with a $5 meal deal with Speedy Rewards. Only at Speedway. Valid through 3/4/25. See app for full terms.
Winter roads, no problem. Get up to $205 back on a set of 4 select Goodyear tires because safe driving starts with great traction. See store for details.
Nobody makes it easier to make your car last longer.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving.
Anything else you might need for that show. You can get this pair from me, 2 for Modest Mouse, right now. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
When you realize things could always be worse, he'll be here to prove you right.
Correct.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Remind me, I live in a shell, safe from the past and doing okay, but not very
Another one of the sounds of my childhood. My mom was a massive, massive Barry Manilow fan. She loved
a Fanilow.
Is that what they call them?
Mm-hmm. You know who big Fanilow is here?
Keith Kennedy.
A huge Fanilow.
Well, he's probably going then. Barry Manilow's farewell tour ends in Cleveland, by the way. I think they've given him a lifetime residency in Las Vegas. He can do whatever he wants to do out there. He's quite strange looking these days. He's had a lot of work over the years. His face is very tight. But again, the voice is still there. You know, he's quite the showman. But he's on his farewell tour. And not only will it be his last concert in Cleveland, it's ostensibly his last concert anywhere. He's only doing, I think, maybe a dozen dates on this leg of this farewell tour. And the whole thing ends on June the 5th at the Romo Fijo. So I text my mom this morning and I go, hey, because I don't think he's playing Chicago. He's playing like Detroit, Toronto, you know, I don't know that he's playing Chicago. I was looking for a date closer. I'm like, well, maybe I'll take my mom. And so I text her and I go, hey, Barry Manilow's ending his tour in Cleveland. If you'd like to go, let me know. And I'm not sure if she answered me. Oh, she texted, oh, wow.
That sounds like a yes.
Oh, wow. Well, I'll have to press it. I mean, it's brought to you by Outback Steakhouse. I don't know what the connection is there. Maybe because when you're at a Barry show, there's no rules. It's just right. Is that even their thing anymore? His hair looks like a bloomin' onion now. I don't know. I don't know what the connection is. But
Blue hair specials. You get in there at 4:00 and have dinner.
That's probably what
That's what it is.
I wonder if it's an early show like that. That's no joke. No, it's 7:00. 7:00 show.
Yeah, it's perfect. Over by 9.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna have an opener.
I don't know. This, of course, was a big song in a movie called Foul Play. It was Chevy Chase's first motion picture, and they got Barry Manilow because it was 1976 or something. This guy was riding high then, you know. And wouldn't you know it, completely unrelated, Brian must have been, there were some vibes in the universe because Brian calls singing Barry Manilow. Randomly, completely randomly. He didn't nail the song, but he...
It looks like we made it, although we hurt each other along the way.
Completely randomly. I'm texting my mom, and then I'm going through Brian calls, and he's singing Barry Manilow.
It looks like we made it, although we hurt each other along the way.
Yeah, those aren't the words, Brian, but thank you, pal.
No.
It's a good song. So, yeah, I don't know if that's an offer my mom will take me up on, but I figured it would be a nice way to come full circle because my very first concert ever was my mom took me to Barry Manilow. She wanted to go. I don't know if she couldn't find a sitter. I don't know if my dad said I ain't going to that. So my very first concert was Barry Manilow. Now, of course, I have to lie to people and tell them it was something cool. But I was like 7, I think, and we went to see Barry Manilow at the old Rosemont Horizon in Chicago. It's the Allstate Arena now. That was my first concert. So I thought, well, maybe if I can get my mom to come to Cleveland, which has proven to be problematic. That is the understatement of the century. People don't come to visit me in Cleveland. So that might be the only sticking point. That's why I was trying to find a date I'm like, how is this guy not playing Chicago? But it doesn't look like he is.
Maybe there aren't
on
enough
his
Fanalos in Chicago.
Maybe not. He's doing Pittsburgh, Detroit, and then Cleveland is the very last date on his farewell tour. And then he starts playing. I mean, he'll do like Radio City in the spring and stuff like that. But other than that, it's just dates in Vegas. And listen, I'm not dying to go see the guy, but I thought, well, if my mom wants to go, I'd be more than happy to take her. But as of yet, I have not gotten, she has neither confirmed nor denied that she would like to do that. Pittsburgh, Philly, Providence, Boston, Montreal, Toronto, Detroit, Grand Rapids.
He's doing Providence and Boston?
Yeah.
Wow. That's only, I mean, that's an hour in between those two cities.
That's what I'm saying. It's like a routing date. Yeah, they're two nights in a row.
Wow.
And then, but then doing Grand Rapids, doing Detroit, Grand Rapids, and Cleveland in 3 nights. Probably got that private Manilow jet. But yeah, so I'm probably gonna press my mom on that. I guess I could take her to Detroit, but
be so much better for her to visit here.
Well,
she can hang. She can stay with you.
That's
visit.
What I thought. I was like, well, that would be nice. I mean, I don't know what day of the week that show is. It is a Thursday night. The very last show on Barry Manilow's farewell tour here in Cleveland, Ohio, at the Romo Fijo. So, yeah, one final go-round. But again, you know what? Maybe my mom doesn't care anymore. That's what I so closely associate with Barry Manilow. As I was growing up, my mom was playing all those records. And, you know, that was back when, like, your singer-songwriters, you know, he very famously wrote jingles and things like that. That's how he paid the bills for a long time. He had a lot of backup singers who would go on to be very successful in their own right. Bette Midler started as a backup singer for Barry Manilow. And so he was kind of a kingmaker there for a while. But that was back when, like, a lot of these singer-songwriters, they would have these orchestras behind them. All they had to do was go up and sing. I mean, the guy could play the piano and all that, but there were some people that were just singers. And they'd have a huge band behind them. They go, everybody, and do that kind of thing. It's like Kat sings, right? I imagine at some point she'll be singing with a full orchestra behind her. We'll be doing a show trip to Severance Hall. I don't know. It's probably not her style, but
actually, I mean, I did that in high school. We actually all went to New York, the entire choir and the entire orchestra accompanied us. And we actually performed at St. Paul's Cathedral, the Carmina Burana.
Oh, my God, of course.
It was gorgeous.
Wow, and the acoustics
exactly.
in there. What, are you kidding me? In St. Paul's Cathedral, you guys sang the Carmina Burana.
The entire thing.
Wow.
That's only a sliver of the entire thing.
That's amazing. Now, that's different for the uninitiated. I ordered the Carmina Burrata the other day for lunch. The mozzarella at this deli down the street.
It's a panini,
oh,
right?
my God. It was so good. Might have been. It was more of a...
runny mozzarella.
Yeah.
Mozzarella.
Mozzarella. Now, is burrata overrated? Of course it is, but I have to imagine it's cheap, and that's why so many restaurants have it on their menus.
It's not overrated at all.
But the Carmina Burrata is different than the Carmina Burana. So you guys were all there and singing, and
yeah.
Are you a soprano, or where are you in the range there?
I'm a soprano. I'm technically a mezzo-soprano.
That's what my daughter is. She's
Cool.
at Michigan State University. She's
that's great.
Vocal performance major there at the
Good
School
for
of
her.
Music. Yeah.
I'm sure you're proud.
I'm very proud. I couldn't be prouder. When I go see her perform, I'm like, the voice that comes out of this girl, it's just fantastic. And she has to learn, you know, part of their program is they have to learn all these other languages because they have to be able to sing in the languages and understand them.
Very true.
So she's taking French and German and all this stuff. So
Yeah, and actually, even pieces from something like Carmina Burana, some of those languages, they don't really exist anymore. They're not spoken anymore.
They're like
it's
medieval
kind of almost
languages.
ancient. Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of interesting.
But also, it's not that old either, I don't think.
Well, yeah, it's like, you know, obviously Latin, too. You could compare it to that. There's a lot of Latin things in Latin, but nobody really speaks Latin much.
No, but like that composition is from the 20th century, isn't it? Isn't Carmina Burana from the 20th
13th
century?
century, it says.
Oh, it is? Oh, I thought it
Latin
was
Goliardic.
I thought that it was
mhm.
a relatively recent-ish.
Yeah, it's medieval, like you said.
Here's the original Carmina Burana. Maybe Kat can sing along.
I feel like I need a frolic in a field with this music.
Yep. When the show goes to the next Ren Fair, we'll play this while we're eating mutton legs or something.
Yeah, no, that's cosplay.
Yeah, it sure is. Big, tall, pointy hat, some chainmail. Eating all of my cheese. All right. Let me give you this money here. It's $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Second to last chance today to win, and then we'll start it up all over again tomorrow. So listen, and I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, my first concert was Boxcar Willie. That can't be right. Was he in Boxcar Racer? That's a different guy, right? Boxcar Willie, he did the Wabash Cannonball and those kinds of songs.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Boxcar Willie to the stage. I bet that wasn't his given name, though. I bet his real name was Boxcar William. He died in 1999. His name was Liesl Martin.
I think his name was Willie Boxcar, and Microsoft Outlook just flipped it.
Is that what it was?
So you had Boxcar Willie.
In the old school white pages, he'd show up as Boxcar, comma William.
Correct.
All right, Boxcar Willie. All right. Do you remember? Of course you do. But what was your first concert? I'm sure you've mentioned it. But...
I don't think I have.
Really?
Boyz II Men and Montel Jordan.
It was not.
It was.
You're like 5 years younger than me. Your first concert was Boyz II Men?
It was.
That was like the mid-'90s.
I did not go to... Yeah, it was early 90s. Yeah. Oh. Montel Jordan.
This is how we do it, guy?
Uh-huh. I mean, I saw some, tribute bands. I saw, a Led Zeppelin called Physical Graffiti when I was... those kind of shows.
Yeah.
But the first, national act that I went to, is a park. Now is a Six Flags. It was called Riverside Park. And that's where I saw him. Boyz II Men, Montel Jordan.
How old were you?
I don't know. Jesus, tough to say. My teens, late teens, mid-teens.
So your parents never took you to a concert as a kid?
No, not really.
Wow.
No. I mean, like I said, we would go to things like the tribute shows and stuff, There wasn't a whole lot of spending money kicking around my house, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. Alan, my very first concert was Ted Nugent and Kiss. Yeah, that's going a ways back. I mean, mine was, Kat's was what?
Mine was, I believe it was Christina Aguilera and Justin Timberlake in Cincinnati. And I was pretty young. Probably elementary school. And I remember because I was so much smaller, I was able to actually walk through the aisles past security to get pretty close to take a picture. And my dad was like, "Go ahead, you're a kid."
You just snuck past all the bouncers and stuff?
They let me, because I was just a small kid. But I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I loved her. I always sang her songs when I was younger.
Yeah, I got into a bit of a thing with Christina Aguilera's family many, many years ago when I was on the air in Pittsburgh because that's her hometown. And there was a guy that had been doing some work on her family's house. Her stepdad or somebody lived in a suburb called Wexford, which is North Hills of Pittsburgh. And I was talking about something one day, or I had done some big rant anti-Christina Aguilera. And I'm just playing, I'm just trying to get people all worked up. I didn't really care.
It's provocative.
But there was a guy, there was a guy working on their house at the time who was a fan of my show. And so, he called in and he was dunking on this. I forget what it was, but I'd only been there for a year. And it turned into this whole thing with Christina Aguilera. And there's lawyers getting involved. And I was like, oh, I perhaps might have bitten off more than I can chew here. And I think it eventually kind of went away, but I never met the woman. And I certainly don't have any, I have no animosity towards her. But she does occupy a small footnote in my brain. So you're little enough where they go ahead. You're taking pictures of what? The stage or her?
Oh, yeah.
Like she's up on stage?
I just went really close to the stage and like took a picture of the stage, the artist.
John Denver, 1976 at the Richfield Coliseum. Yeah, see, these are people that are like, they're going way back.
OG.
Yeah.
Tuesday, July 25th, 1995 was my...
wow, you found it.
I found
it.
Yeah.
Online or you?
Online. Yeah.
Wow.
The Hartford Current Archives. Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
1995.
Riverside Park. Yep.
Boys to Men.
Mm-hmm.
Did you go with a girl?
Yeah, it was 4 of us went.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was
went
going to
with
say
my best friend.
that would not have been your choice for your first concert.
I mean, I dug Montel Jordan. I was definitely into Boys to Men too. I mean,
Okay.
who can't get down with End of the Road?
From Boomerang.
Some Motown Philly up in that
That's
bitch.
what I was thinking about.
It was the jam.
So did Montel Jordan open and close with "This Is How We Do It"?
He just played it once and left. No, he actually had a great set. My best friend Tony, who passed away, that was his favorite song and artist at that point, and this song was just like constant. Like he would every time I get in that dude's car, this song was on. So seeing him was a big deal. That was a big one for him.
Now, were you dressed the part?
In 95? No,
Did you have were you wearing like Zubaz pants or something like that?
Z Cavaricis.
Yeah.
No, I was, I mean, knowing me and how I am always, I probably either had on, it was July, so I probably had on shorts and a t-shirt. Like I'm not too well known for being the stylish cat. I'm a hoodie and a hat guy every single day of my life.
Okay. Alan, my first concert by accident was Limp Bizkit at the Hard Rock in Orlando. I went in to eat, and they were playing.
By accident.
Imagine
That's
that.
hilarious.
Yeah, because they were a Florida band, right? One of the guy up there with a backward red baseball cap.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Running around just angrily pushing people aside.
I like a rolling rock.
I'm smart.
Ordering drinks.
So funny.
Alan, I saw Starship and the Cutting Crew at Blossom.
The original I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight.
I just died in your Starship. You know what? We were watching something the other day. Oh, we were watching this show on Hulu called Paradise, which is, it's not bad. You want to talk about a first episode of a show that has a wild twist at the end of it. It's a show called Paradise. We're about 3 or 4 episodes in, but there's a scene where a girl, because this is set somewhat in the future, there's a girl going through like the archives of music, and these are younger, like teenage kids, so they don't know, and they pull out Starship, and they're sitting there kind of laughing, and they're playing We Built the City, and I'm like, I don't care what anybody says. First off, I was a huge Grace Slick fan, just in general, but I don't care what anybody says. That album, it's very corny, sure, but that Knee Deep in the Hoopla, that Starship record, it's pretty goddamn good. I don't care what anybody says. It's not normally...
Marconi plays the mamba.
It's not necessarily the kind of thing that I would like, dig on, but anytime I hear it, I'm like, that was a good... It might have been the last one, second to last one that Grace Slick before she said, so long suckers, but Mickey Thomas there the whole way through, and
all of the big radio stations had their own version of that song where the DJ talks in the middle, like, quiet about the city by the bay.
Yeah.
Every city had their own version, and he'd be like, 96.5 TIC in Hartford.
Sounds like an auctioneer.
Yeah.
Well, especially since after a while they just got rid of it completely. They cut out the DJ in like a later edit of that song. This is the Cleveland version of that song.
Yep.
We built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. Built this city.
$50 bill, 50, 55, 55, $60 bill. $60 bill in the fire, go 65, 70, go 75, make it 5, $80 bill.
That's fine. I got a break. Alan, I love all of Montel Jordan's hit song. There you go. Hey, listen.
It's a nice set. It was a fantastic set.
Don't besmirch MJ in front of Rob over here.
Mm-hmm. I
That's
saw
his first concert.
Saliva. Yeah, speaking of the one hit thing, I saw Saliva on whatever tour that they were on. It might have been Ozfest or something. They opened with Click, Click, Boom and closed with Click, Click, Boom.
Wow, that's so old school.
Smartest thing you possibly could do when you had 4 other songs.
Right.
You know? It was great.
Click, click, boom. Okay, I'm going to break. 5:30. I will have $50 to Blue Heron in Medina for you. If you go to WMMS.com, I think we got a bigger package there. Valentine's Day is coming up, of course. You might be hard-pressed for ideas. And conventional wisdom is that Blue Heron out there in Medina is legit. So I'll have $50 for you for that later on. Also have another keyword for you. That'll be the last one of the day to grab $1,000 in the Buzzard Bookie. You want to text me for anything else here in this break, 35192. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of tickets to see Nine Inch Nails on the Peel It Back Tour, Sunday, August 31st at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Get more info and register to win at WMMS.com.
No heat?
Just call sales. Just call sales. This Valentine's Day gift, choose forever over flowers with the perfect gift from Ashcroft & Oak Jewelers. Now you can get $50 off every $300 you spend on engagement rings, diamond heart pendants, earrings, and more. Don't just give her a gift this Valentine's Day. Give her a memory to last a lifetime with jewelry from Ashcroft & Oak. They can help you find or create the perfect piece of jewelry. They're truly only happy when you're happy. So give a gift now and forever. Learn more or find a store near you at ashcroftandoak.com.
This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Lombardi Trophy, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code RMG. That's promo code RMG for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Ohio only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Thank you, Ohio, for making Ken Ganley the official, the indisputable, the bona fide #1 Kia dealer. We're making deals on over 1,500 new Kias. Keep your cash and buy a new Kia with 1.9% financing for 60 months, 0 down. 1.9%, 0 down. Or sign and drive a new Kia from just $259 lease per month, 0 due at signing. 25K for 36 months, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Need credit? At Ken Ganley Kia, our goal is 100% credit approval. So come on down to Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at kenganleykia.com. Tell them
cut of his jib, boy, whatever his jib is.
You can add him to that guy that called this week. What did he say? Rip. Remember the guy Rip?
Yeah.
He's like, everybody hates Rob.
Right.
Baba Booey. His big prank.
We didn't get a Baba Booey.
No,
out
but I'm
of
saying
him,
that was like
yeah.
the style of what he was trying to do.
Right.
Classic.
We don't play a lot of golf around here. Hey, your Cavaliers, boy, they pulled one out last night. Darius Garland with that 3, 118 to 115. I would have never thought that the Pistons would have even gotten within striking distance of the Cavs, but it was a home crowd at the Little Caesars Arena. So 118 to 115 with the buzzer beater there. Cavs go to 41-10, and they will be in D.C. tomorrow night to play the Wizards. That's Gilbert Arenas and the Washington Wizards. That's a 7 o'clock tip-off. So 6:30 is your pregame. Wait, tomorrow's Friday.
Yes.
Friday.
Yes.
6:30 will be your pregame coverage. Friday already. You know, some weeks it feels like it takes forever to get to Friday. And then this week, it feels like it snuck up on me. I don't know what that means.
It flew by because you were just having so much fun with the new phone screener.
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Is that what it was, Kat?
I think so.
Listen, you could be, what do I know? You could be right. We're only here 3 days next week. We had a short week next week. Anyway, Cavs basketball tomorrow night. Cavs Wizards on your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. 100.7 WMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah. Alan, I asked Alexa to play Montel Jordan. It responded playing songs by Montel Jordan. Proceeded to play This Is How We Do It 7 times in a row. Played Get It On Tonight once and then shut down. How about that?
I don't believe it. I don't believe that happened. In fact,
my Alexa only plays The Ghost of My Father.
Hello, this is your father speaking from the Alexa.
I miss you, too. Alan, what about that Cavs trade? Yeah, pretty good. We talked about that earlier. Alan, I'm pretty sure my first concert was KRS-One opening for the Beastie Boys at Nassau Coliseum.
Oh, that's a hell of a show.
How about that, boy?
That's the sound of the police.
KRS-One, little
That is
Boogie
a
Down Productions.
Hell of a show.
Yeah. My first concert was DC Talk at the old Indian State. DC Talk. Wow. Weren't they like Christian rappers or something? Or
I don't
DC
know.
Talk? Weren't they from, oh no, I'm thinking of Girl Talk from Pittsburgh. Yeah, DC Talk was a Christian rap group from Lynchburg, Virginia. How about that? Did you listen to Christian music growing up, Kat? You like Jesus, yeah?
Yeah.
Did you grow up listening? Well, because I'm like, like when we sat down with Kat, when we were interviewing people for the phone screener thing, I didn't want anybody to feel, I wanted them to kind of know what the environment would be. And so I didn't want there to be any surprises. And so I was like, how do you feel about this and that and this and that? And I wanted, like I'm an atheist. I grew up Catholic, but I'm very, very derisive of religion in general. And, I didn't want her to be uncomfortable in an environment like that. I just wanted to know that's what it is. So whatever. But you grew up, you still like Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah. But did you grow up like in that environment though? Like were you going to like worship festivals and things?
I grew up singing in church. I grew up going to church with my family. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's where a lot of people get started. Yeah, singing in church. And then you do St. Peter's Cathedral or wherever that was.
Uh-huh. Yeah, in New York City.
Yeah. Bless you.
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
Alan, I saw Beastie Boys, Fishbone, and Murphy's Law at Public Hall. How about that?
Oh, my God.
Right? Erica in Green says, I believe I was at the same concert as Rob. It was Boys to Men, Montel Jordan, and TLC.
I'm not, see, I was reading that, but I don't think TLC was on that show. I think ours only had Montel and Boys to Men.
Well, maybe they got TLC here.
I would have remembered because I had a big old crush on Left Eye.
Lisa Lopez.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. indeed.
Yeah. It was my first concert with my triplet sisters, and it was July, and it was 900 degrees. We were in the 6th grade. Wow. Britney Spears at the Gund when I was 6, somebody says. Signed, Alan Cox. Well, that can't be right. That wasn't my first concert. Hey, listen, I always hate to hear these kinds of stories, especially when it is a local story. Another one. We're doing our part. I mean, I think it's because we're so soft in the elderly demographic. We have a couple of listeners who will check in and be like, I'm 80 and I love your show. And I go, thank you. It doesn't happen often. And those people are much more likely to lose them as listeners. Not from any content-related situations, more Grim Reaper-related situations. So I think it's because we're soft in that upper-end demographic that these people aren't hearing us talk about how you got to be careful. This couple in Menor who lost their life savings in an online scam. A 73-year-old retiree in Menor. He and his wife lost their life savings. That's a long life to be saving up, and they lost it. An online scammer had convinced them that their bank account had been compromised. And this kind of stuff is only going to get worse and more pervasive and more sophisticated. You know, right now it's very much the domain of old people who might not be all that tech savvy. It's going to get everybody at some point. I'll let Fox 8 explain it to you.
A 73-year-old retiree from Menor says he was doing a...
Why does the reporter sound like he's 100 years old?
I was just about to say that.
A 73-year-old man.
The guy in the home with me.
Who is that? That ain't Ed Gallic, is it?
A 73-year-old retiree from Menor
Alan,
says he
this
was
is
doing
your
a
father
search on his
speaking.
iPad when he received a pop-up with a warning.
He just said I was compromised.
Oh, I like how they change his... Now, listen, at 73, that's the only kind of pop-up you're going to get, by the way, is with the online scammers.
Alan, this is your father speaking from the Alexa.
I've come back from the dead to take a job at Fox 8. I don't know why I'm doing Thurston Howell all of a sudden, but that's...
I should get a hold of the bank right away.
Concerned, he called the number...
It'd be amazing if that was his actual voice.
I think it is.
You think so?
Yeah, I think he was just knocking back a ton of whippets.
You know, when I noticed there was a big pop-up on my screen, and then I looked down, and it sure popped up.
Did it look official?
It sure did. Yeah, it looked very official.
I'm sorry that you fell for it.
All right, anyway, back to this guy.
The bank right away.
Concerned, he called the number listed on the pop-up.
Oh, no.
And had a series of conversations with a person claiming to be a bank executive.
I like the B-roll where it's like people behind computers that look like they're at NORAD in a sci-fi movie, you know?
Who told him that online scammers had hacked into his bank account.
What I need you to do is I need you to go to the bank. I need you to take the money out so we can take it out and put it in a different account.
I mean, it breaks your heart. You know, I mean, I'm playing this because we talk about this kind of thing all the time, and this is a couple out in Menor. But you're like, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's bloodless out there, man. Bloodless, these scammers.
He was skeptical about the claim, but the so-called banker provided the number of a computer technician who could confirm that his account had been hacked.
All he did is kept saying, you gotta get it out of there. You don't want these people to get your money.
That's when he went to two separate banks and withdrew a total of $45,000, the nest egg that he and his wife saved for their retirement.
Horrible.
He says bank employees were...
Now, let's be real. You're not going to have a sweet retirement with $45,000, but it was all their money. They had saved it up. And these sons of bitches, according to that B-roll, it was just a dude in a black hoodie in a shadowy room behind a whole bank of monitors. I don't know how they got the real guy on film, but there he was. A no-goodnik. That's what my grandfather would call them.
Concerned and inquired about why he was taking out so much cash. And he told them he was using the money, which he later placed in a brown box, to buy a car. He says that was based on directions that he received from the bank imposter on the phone.
Don't say nothing to anybody or anything because somebody at the bank could be compromised.
The scammer, posing as a bank executive, directed the victim to bring the box of cash to a parking lot here along Menor Avenue, where a federal banking
Oh, dude, this was like low tech, too. This wasn't even like, oh, send us this password. Bring the cash to a parking lot.
Yeah.
authority would pick up the cash and give him a new bank account number. He says the second suspect walked up to his car, gave him a fictitious account number, took the box of money, and walked away. He later realized that he had been taken to the cleaners when the scammer sent him a follow-up message asking for even more cash.
If I could get a hold of him now, I think I'd beat the hell out of him.
The 73-year-old says he filed a complaint with Menor Police earlier this week. He is hoping that investigators will be able to use video from surveillance cameras to at least track down the bag man who picked up the cash, but he suspects the money is gone forever.
I mean, that sucks because you talk about the online scams all the time, but this is a guy dropping physical cash with a dude in a parking lot.
Handing a guy a sneaker box with 43 grand in it. And just like, all right. That's so sad, man.
There was a story, was it last year? This woman named Charlotte Cowles was a financial columnist for a website or I forget what it was. She wrote this. She went viral because she wrote this article, How I Got Scammed Out of $50,000. And this is a woman, she's like, my whole job is telling people how to stay away from this stuff. I don't know how I got lured into it, but it was the same thing. Like, she got scammed by these guys who had some information on her, and they were like, your husband could be in danger, your kid. I mean, when they start filling your head full of, theories about, like, your family could be in danger, you understand why people's brains might get a little, short-circuited or whatever. But she, like, put 50 grand in a shoebox and gave it to a guy. And she's like, how the hell did I spend all my time writing columns about how people should avoid this, and I don't know how it happened to me. And I'm like, I don't know either, but with respect, I mean, how did that happen to you? I got $50,000, and I put it in a shoebox and gave it to... A guy was saying that he was a CIA agent and ordered her to stuff a shoebox full of cash and hand it to a guy in a white Mercedes. This woman named Charlotte Cowles. And she writes a financial advice column. She's like, I never thought I was the kind of person to fall for a scam. That's what everybody's story starts at. I never thought I was the kind of person to fall for a scam. And I guess the joke is on anybody if they eventually do fall prey to something like this. But she's like, this guy calls, and he says he's from the CIA, and he knows my address. He knows the names of my family members. He knows my social security number. He says my home's being watched and my laptop had been hacked. So when you stack all those things up, it sounds crazy.
They're just relying on panic.
But also, like, I don't know why you wouldn't go to the police and go, hey, here's a call I got.
I think most people would, but I think this is a situation where, you make 100 phone calls and one pans out, right? I think the person, you just go into complete panic mode. And, okay, let me do whatever I need to do as fast as possible.
I guess so.
Sucks.
I can never figure out how these again, that's Menor couple that was $45,000. That's no small amount of money. But I'm always fascinated by these old people who have like 6-figure amounts that they just send to people. His grandmother was eventually scammed out of $350,000. What? Your grandmother had $350,000 sitting around?
You've told the story before, right? Like, your grandmother was like one of those 100 calls, like, hey, we're going to try to scam her to say that you were someplace and needed money.
I was in Mexico.
Yeah, so that didn't work that time. Maybe it worked on the next lady. You know what I mean? It's like these guys are just such pricks.
I know. And I hate to admit this, but here's the trouble with something like that is, after I found out that my grandmother was so susceptible to that, I called her and said I needed some money. I was like, hey, Grandma, it's me. I'm in Mexico and I can't get home. No, it's really me this time.
Can you send me some money? Because I really got to get back. And
25 grand ought to do it.
But yeah, it was years ago. My mom calls. Are you in Mexico? Because we used to go every year. Are you in Mexico? No. Well, your grandma just got a call from you, and she said it sounded like you. And I'm like, she wouldn't know. I couldn't tell you the last time I talked to my grandmother on the phone. She wouldn't know it was me. I said, why? Did he sound cool and youthful? She goes, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I just want to make sure you weren't in Mexico. I go, no. So, yeah, she ducked a bullet there.
And the next one probably wasn't as lucky. You know, that's what these guys do. It's just a million calls a day until you find that one. 45 grand, you're good.
Yeah.
God damn.
Grandma, I'm in Mexico. She's like, my grandson's dead. I know this is a fake. He died from food poisoning 5 years ago.
In Mexico.
In Mexico. He had tainted ceviche. Yeah, anyway, this couple out there in Menor, terrible. Hopefully they'd be able to find some, get something resolved there, but who knows? Alan, those scams are like the new penthouse letters. I never thought it would happen to me, but once back in the day, penthouse.
Forum.
I never thought this would happen to me, but I went to a party and there were a bunch of ladies all over me. Alan, my first concert was KMFDM at the Metro in Chicago. Wow. Great venue. What a show. These shows people have gone to. In Excess and Public Image Limited. How about that? Johnny Rotten, right? After the Sex Pistols, he does PIL.
In Excess, no slouches either.
No. My grandma got scammed out of $255,000, this person says, because she was convinced that she won the Walgreens credit card giveaway. Again, I'm just fascinated by these old people that have like six-figure nest eggs. You know, all you read about is like, people don't have money to retire. What's going to happen when they have to eat mealworms for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? And then I guess, you know, society's always been the haves and the have-nots. I mean, there's, you know, people are complaining that boomers took all the money, and that's why there's, you know, you're going to have a huge transfer of wealth when these old people die and leave it to members of their families. That's the only kind of trickle-down economics you're going to get. Solomon back?
Solomon's back. What's up, Alan?
What's up, Solomon?
All right, I don't know if I can top my last story. I know you guys have fun with that. But this one is actually about scammers. Like, I play online video games. I don't know if anybody else on the show does. But these guys will actually go
for you.
Yes,
What?
yes.
What? Online. Okay,
that
go.
is a rite of passage with Alan.
Right,
yes.
there you go. All right.
But when I play online, there's these guys like people are called like Rob was saying, they're called like 100 times a day. I get those calls too. But like these guys will go as far as being in your online games, and they'll like look up your online name, and if it's any way relation to like your actual name, because in the back end of things you have to put in your actual information just in case, like, I don't know, you have to like buy something on the PlayStation or Xbox store or something like that. So it's like they'll backtrack your name, and then they'll do public record, and they'll like name somebody like, hey, I know about your Auntie Danita or something like that. And then you sit there, you'll get stunned at first because it's like, oh man, how do you know that? You know? And then, but like the information is so like vague or like old. They'll say something that's really old and you'll know from right off the top of the bat. Like, it's nuts. You know, and it's just like, dude, get off a line, man. Why are you trying so hard to do this to me?
And I've noticed, the closest thing to that for me is I've noticed that the text scamming is getting a lot more sophisticated now, too. Because I got a text about 6 months ago from, and anything I don't recognize, I just immediately delete them. But this particular text said, hey, how's Nora doing in school? And I was like, oh, that's pretty gross. Yeah, it was wild. So I'm like, okay, delete. But and nothing like that ever came up again. But I was like, it's getting, the more information that that is just floating around out there, the more that they can utilize that against you. And, you know,
I showed you the one I got from just before the break. Remember my bank?
Yes.
It said, customer, my name, Fifth Third, had a breach, account ending in the last four of my account number. Everything was right. I was like, wow. So I called my wife right away, and I'm like, did you see anything? She's like, no. So she called, and they were like, no, it's a scam. I was like, it's that sophisticated now?
Dude.
My actual account number?
That's terrifying.
I
Especially
remember
if somebody says my kid's name.
I remember.
Oh my God.
I remember talking to my grandma, and I said, "What do you think about these guys?"
A bunch of assholes.
That's right.
Yes, go
Oh,
Grandma.
I miss you, Grandma. Yeah. All right, thank you, Solomon.
Thanks, Alan.
All right, there's Solomon, my new favorite caller.
Your grandmother had a potty mouth, huh?
A bunch of assholes.
Yeah.
She also talked about boners a lot, didn't she?
She did, yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. Miss my grandma.
Boner.
Grandma, what did they used to call jokes when you were a kid?
Boner.
What?
Boner.
Miss you, Grandma.
Boner.
Alan, my 80-year-old dad, likes to lecture scammers on the phone. I guess he thinks he can reform them. Yeah, they don't want to hear that. Sir, give me your phone number. He's like, let me tell you something.
You son of a
Listen
bitches.
here, whippersnap. I've got an old lady that wants to talk to you.
Boner.
I got a break. I have money for you. Don't give it to a scammer. Take it from my late grandmother. Don't give it to a scammer. It's $1,000. You keep that for yourself. Last keyword of the day from the Buzzard Bookie is on the way at 5:30. And right after the break here, $50. Maybe you don't have Valentine's plans yet. They've got those heated igloos over at Blue Heron in Medina. And we'll get you $50 to get going over there.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Every September, the biggest superstars from all genres of music play a festival that is like no other on the planet.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Returning to Las Vegas.
2 epic nights.
September 19th and 20th.
On one stage.
For its 15th year.
I can't believe it actually happened.
And these artists have all been part of it.
Taylor Swift.
Kenny Chesney.
Billie Eilish.
Jay-Z.
Jennifer Lopez.
Coldplay.
Carrie Underwood.
The Foo Fighters.
Megan Thee Stallion.
Luke Combs.
Elton John.
Green Day.
Justin Timberlake.
Rihanna.
U2. Tim McGraw.
Mariah Carey.
Paul McCartney. The Weeknd.
They've all been there.
Now, make this the year you go to.
The early access on sale is happening right now and available to everyone until tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific.
Go to iHeartRadio.com/festival to buy yours before this year's lineup is announced.
And we'll see you in Las Vegas
For our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Turning clear overnight down to 20. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high of 27. Then, some snow showers and some sleet Saturday with a high of 34.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International.
Every day, a child in poverty waits for a sponsor as another day of hopelessness. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year. End their wait. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Just text the word radio to 83393.
Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro. Stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
on the field after the game. Full recap, interviews with this year's Super Bowl champions. Don't miss it.
Listen to NFL Daily on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow NFL Daily and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Time to give stuff away.
All right, I got $50 for you to Blue Heron Restaurant in Medina. You're looking for something unique for Valentine's Day. They've got igloo dining over there, which is a lot of fun. Full service dining, 2 to 8 guests. Weather's not an issue because the igloos are nice and toasty. So it's a lot of fun. If you go to WMMS.com, we've got a chance for you to win a 2-hour igloo rental and $150 to spend on whatever, food and drinks. Throw some dessert in there. Go for the tiramisu. But $50 to Blue Heron Restaurant in Medina to get you started. Good luck. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
Welcome back.
Local DJ and all-around female orgasm denier, Alan Cox.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
The president of Colombia is in the news. Gustavo Petro is the president. And he said that cocaine is no worse than whiskey. And it's only illegal because it comes from Latin America. Said if cocaine was made fully legal, it's no worse than whiskey. I mean, this is an age-old argument, right? All the people who rail against illicit drugs, but they're totally fine. They go, well, think of all the damage that can be done. Except drunk driving is as popular as it's ever been. So, he might be onto something. I don't know. He said, scientists have analyzed this. Cocaine is no worse than whiskey. Now, I've done my share of whiskey. I've never done cocaine. But listen, it's a new year and a new me, Rob, so who knows?
The year of the cocaine habit.
This is the year when I start getting tattoos. It might be the year that I finally do cocaine. I think the cocaine ship has probably sailed. I never had much interest in it, and I can't say that I do now. But
now entering your blow era.
Yeah. He said that the global cocaine industry could easily be dismantled if it were legalized worldwide. Well, listen, I mean, if you are the president of Colombia, obviously you don't want demand for your country's main export to dip. You know, you have to sell whiskey. You don't have to sell cocaine. Drugs sell themselves. We all know this. It could easily be dismantled. If they legalized cocaine in the world, it would be sold like wine, he says. Well, yes, I mean, anything legalized is going to be sold like other things. He pointed out that fentanyl is killing Americans, and it's not made in Colombia. Fentanyl responsible for about 75,000 deaths in the United States each year. Fentanyl was created as a drug by North American multinational pharmaceutical corporations. And people got addicted. Listen, there's a conversation to be had with all this. I mean, obviously, the headline of the story is what's getting people's attention, that cocaine is no worse than whiskey. But listen, I do pickle juice shots after a bump, too. But one of our sales girls, one of our salespeople here at iHeart, I was just talking to her in the last break. She was with us before the Staff Cavs game last week.
Okay.
Rob and I went over to Flannery's, and we were going to kind of take the edge off. Rob didn't really want to go to the game. He was kind of going under duress, but we were going to make the best of it. We were going to go over to Flannery's and have a couple of shots, and we ended up doing some pickleback shots, right? A couple of shots of whiskey, chased with some pickle juice, and some of our sales colleagues were there, and I was talking to one of them, and she was completely unfamiliar with the pickleback shot and said, well, it doesn't bother me so much. She goes, I could never do it at home because my husband hates pickles. And so in this last break, I'm walking through the suite, and she's out there, and she goes, I tried to sell my husband on the pickleback shots. I go, but he hates pickles. See, in that moment, I really made it seem like I was paying attention because I could recount that her husband she told me her husband hates pickles. This is a full week ago, Rob. I shouldn't be able to conjure that little nugget of information.
This
but
is
I
why
did.
you're good.
See, I made it seem like I was really paying attention. And she goes, well, he said, if you need pickle juice after a shot of whiskey, then the whiskey must really suck. And I was like, well, I'm no whiskey aficionado. I mean, I know what I like. I'm certainly in no way well-versed in those kinds of things. But I just like the pickle juice afterwards. I don't need to do that. I just like I like the way that it tastes. I like the way that it cuts the whiskey. Again, this is nothing that, these have been around for a long, long time.
I like a pickle chase, too.
Right? A pickleback shot. Yeah, it's good. You have a go-to, Kat, like if you're going to drink.
Like, are we talking shots or cocktails?
Well, a little from column A, a little from column B. If I say to you, because I am the guy, if we're out, I'm going to be the first guy that goes, let's do shots. So, but I'm not like, all right, I need 4 peanut butter and jellies. I'm like, let's do 4 shots of Jameson or whatever. So if I say, let's do a shot, you say what?
Well, I mean, vodka or like Jameson if I'm doing whiskey usually.
What about tequila?
Oh, tequila as well.
Okay.
It's not my go-to, but I mean, it kind of depends on, I do it socially, so it kind of depends on what everyone else is doing. But yeah, most commonly, I would say vodka or rum for
rum.
Just regular cocktails.
I don't really F with rum. I mean, that much.
I lived in the Caribbean before, so I
Did
definitely
you?
do.
Yeah, I mean, down there, it's like it's in everything.
Yeah,
it's just,
it is.
it's never like really on my radar. It never occurs to me. I've got it on my bar cart and all that. I couldn't tell you the last time I used it. Where did you live in the Caribbean?
I lived in Antigua.
Rob. God damn it.
No.
This is just beginning.
Man. How long were you down there?
For like almost 6 months.
Were you hiding from law enforcement?
No.
Oh.
I was in. No, I wasn't.
Why were you in Antigua?
I was in medical school.
Jesus H.
Come on, man. Are you making this up?
I'm not.
I was in medical school in University of St. Paul? Where were you?
American University of Antigua. A lot of Americans and Canadians go to medical school in the Caribbean.
Right.
So
why not go here?
Well, it's a little bit more competitive here. I would say it's harder to get in, possibly. There's just more schools available.
Well, I mean, that's the stereotype is people go, oh, I went to medical school in Antigua or whatever. But everybody's learning the same stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like if you go to medical school in Antigua, they're like hip bone connected to the thigh bone. They're not singing songs to teach you. Everybody's learning the same stuff.
You're right. And what matters most is how you do on standardized testing throughout your education. And so you can go to any school hypothetically and be successful still.
So you went to medical school for 6 months and then you were like, this is not for me.
Well, I have immigrant parents. It's very common to be like, you got 3 choices: doctor, lawyer, engineer.
Right.
My whole family, since they came to America, was in dentistry.
Because your sister's a physician.
Yeah, exactly.
So dentistry was a big thing? Why didn't you guys all boy, there's a lot of Europe that could really use some good dentists.
Yeah, my parents were in the field for many decades. They did a great job and are respected in the Northeast Ohio area.
Both your parents are dentists?
They're dental technicians. They had their own lab, dental technology laboratory called Ohio Dental Studio. So I grew up, very much so in the medical scene. I would go go with them to doctors' offices and things like that. But yeah, my oldest sister also was pre-dental before she switched to business, and they really pushed us to do that. And, you know, me as an artist and a creative, I've always just been a little bit different. You could definitely call me the black sheep in the family. And so I just couldn't escape my need and my desire to work in media and entertainment. I just didn't, I felt like, you know,
You went down there because you're like, I'm trying to make my family happy.
Yeah, it was kind of like the last nail in the coffin for me because the pandemic just happened. I was working at Cleveland Clinic. I left to go to medical school, and I was like, all right, I'm going to give it a shot. And I was living in paradise. I loved it. And it's like, you know, if you still, you know, I've heard this thing, if you're an artist, like it will keep on calling you for the rest of your life. And so I didn't want to have any regrets, and I wanted to choose the path of authenticity.
Come on, give it up, Rob. Give it up. Come on.
Thank you.
Well, because it's not an easy life, right? Everybody knows. I told my daughter this. You know, my son is a cybersecurity guy. So his path, that was what he was going to do. He's got a job now. He's making money, that whole thing. But my ex-wife, my daughter's mom, she lived in Tokyo for many years before she and I met. She was a singer and a performer and all that kind of stuff. And we told our daughter, hey, listen, your mom is a performer. It's all I've done my entire adult life, right? Started in stand-up, fell into radio, the whole thing. It's not an easy life, but if you're okay with that, because like the rest of, you know, like her grandparents, they were like, you've got to do something, grandparent stuff. You've got to do something, you know, practical and blah, blah,
and
blah.
immigrants tend to care about status a little bit more too,
Yeah.
I would say.
But also, like, I told her, I said, if you are cool, because, you know, she'll graduate or whatever, then she'll start auditioning. She'll probably move to New York or Chicago or something like that. And all I said was, if in your mind you are cool with being 40 and being a waitress and still going to auditions, I said, then that's all that matters. I said, if you want to have a creative life, then that's all that matters.
Yeah, choose your hard, as they say.
Yes.
Because everybody's got, you know, something.
So you go to mom and dad eventually and you go, I'm coming home. I'm leaving medical school.
Yeah.
I've got to follow my bliss.
Yep.
And they were like, blues, whatever it is, right? What are you talking about?
So prior to the pandemic, the film industry, film and television was, you know, booming. Honestly, I had a lot of momentum in my career working on, you know, whether it be commercials or films in Cleveland. And after the pandemic, it was just really, really rough for a while. And then there was a strike for years. And so I decided to go to school at that time. And that's when I moved to the Caribbean. And then when I got back from the Caribbean, shortly after, I started my master's programs and I started radio, TV broadcasting at Ohio Media School.
Rob, we got to get her out of here. I know she's only been here a few days. We're wasting her time. We're wasting her time. I think I'm a relatively accomplished person. You know, I have 2 college degrees I don't use, but whatever. I paid $80,000 for. We're wasting her time.
I also realize how completely useless I am in listening to all of these things. It's just tremendous to hear the difference in life. Like, I barely got out of high school. I made it through about 4 days of college. I got on the air when I was 17, and this is all I've done since. That's it. That's the story.
You mean you never went to medical school in Antigua?
In Antigua, no.
Okay.
But yeah, so yeah.
What kind of loser are you, Rob?
Evidently quite a loser.
I miss living right next to the beach. I'm not gonna lie.
Boy, I bet.
It was like incredible. It's an incredible island if anybody's looking to go to the Caribbean.
I've been to the British Virgin Islands.
Cool.
And like the Bahamas and stuff like that, you know what I mean? But Jamaica and all that. But out there in the middle of nowhere, you just like,
oh yeah.
Oh, it's so nice. Yeah. Let me give you this money. It is a hard pivot. It is $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. This is the last keyword that you're going to get today, so listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, how you doing? It's actually John.
Hi, John. How are you?
I'm good. I just wanted to tell you about my first concert. Are you ready for this one?
I am ready.
1980. 1983, Richfield Coliseum, Kiss, and Wendy O. Williams and the Plasmatics on the Creatures of the Night tour.
Wow. How about that?
I still have my good.
I was going to say, that wasn't long before she died, right?
I cannot remember when she passed away, but yeah, they opened. I actually still have my concert jersey, tour book, ticket stub, album, all from that show when I was 15 years old.
Oh, she died in 98. I thought she died a lot younger than that. 98. Wendy O.
okay.
Williams. So she had the duct tape on her nips and that whole thing?
Yeah.
What?
Yep, and she went up on the elevator and all that. And all, we were just 15-year-old kids, and we're like, whoa.
Yeah. Every female performer since, boy, they owe a debt of gratitude to Wendy O. Williams.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
All right. Thank you,
That's
James.
So funny, yeah. Okay, have a good night.
Thank you, man. You too. John, is that what he said? Sorry. Called him the wrong thing. I have a Plasmatics t-shirt that still fits. This is one of those nights, Rob, I'm going to drive home and I think about talking to Kat and be like, you are just an a-hole. What have you done with your life? Right?
You're sitting there, at least you look at all the experiences, degrees, all these things that you've done.
But I don't use them.
Like, my biggest accomplishment was like lighting a fart on fire in a bar in front of like 300 people.
I bet Kat can't do that.
Yeah. How many farts have you lit in your life,
I bet they didn't
Kat?
teach that in Antigua Medical School.
She's on the phone. But
Yeah, I know.
I bet she hasn't lit as many farts on fire as me.
Conveniently.
It was a pretty big accomplishment. I'm not going to lie. I did it on top of a speaker, too. It was pretty awesome. Yeah.
Good job.
Pretty proud of myself.
Maybe we can recreate that at some point. Maybe
Happy.
we can get some of that magic back
I'm ready.
in our lives.
I'm ready to accomplish.
Yeah.
Oh, she's off the phone now, I think, Kat, right?
Yes.
You ever lit a fart on fire?
We're talking about our meager
segue.
our meager
No,
accomplishments.
I cannot say that I have.
Ha!
Well,
I have numerous times, so there.
The week is still young,
True.
right?
Yep.
My biggest accomplishment. My parents are so proud.
Uh-huh. They've got a plaque on the wall when you go to the house, like your prom picture. You're like,
The flame coming out.
this is when Robbie almost burned off his cheeks. All right, I got to take a break. Hey, if you want to text 35192, you can watch live if you want on our YouTube channel, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Let it ride with the Buzzard Bookie. With 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can bet any
smacked in the face and kicked in the dirt.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. If you want to send me a text, you can listen to the show wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen from out of state, tell me where. Kevin is our newest bureau chief. He's listening in Brooklyn, New York. Brock is in Cumberland, Maryland. Shelby is in Butte, Montana. Rob and I are going to the Led Zeppelin documentary screening tonight. That's going to be pretty good.
I can't wait, man.
I know, right? Over at Cracker Park. Alan, how the hell are you guys going to figure out how to bust Kat's balls? She's untouchable.
We already found out she can't light farts on fire, so that's where I'm starting.
I'm not really looking to bust her balls, but you're right. Even if I wanted to, that is a high confront, boy. I don't know that's. We'll have to figure that out.
I'll come up with something.
I was going to say, we're only a few days in here. There's going to be some soft spots down the road. We'll figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Once she gets more comfortable, once she lets down her guard, she's still talking to us like a med student from Antigua. We'll figure it out.
I love that you asked why she went to medical school in Antigua, by the way. She answered it when she said where she went to school. Why didn't you go here in the States? Because she was in Antigua.
Well, no, I know, but I mean,
I
there's...
moved to Antigua to go to school.
That's what I mean.
Right. But a lot of people don't go to med school in Antigua, right?
Sure.
I mean, there's all kinds of nice places. You go to Hawaii. I mean, I don't know. I was curious because it's out there, boy. It is out there.
Honestly, at the time, it was just, I didn't have to wait an entire year application cycle to go to American schools. So I just decided to go to the Caribbean because it's only 2 years in the Caribbean and then you're back in America for the last 2 years of medical school.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, it's only...
Yeah, but medical school is longer than 4 years.
Yeah, well, residency is after medical school. So
Yeah.
basically you do the 2 clinicals, which are your last 2 years of medical school in America, but all of the theory, like foundational knowledge, is done in the Caribbean.
So you're like, I'm going to go back to Cleveland from Antigua. Because I don't want to...
Well,
yeah.
I was traveling quite a bit since then, but yeah, I definitely miss it. I miss the beach.
Right. You mean the beaches of Lake Erie are not a reasonable facsimile for Antigua? What are you saying?
I know, right?
A place that has less sunlight per annum than Seattle?
I love to swim, so I still get my laps in at the recreation center pool, but yeah, it's not the same.
Right. Out there in the ocean. All right. What's the matter, Rob?
I'm afraid to ask the question because she said, well, after I came back, I traveled quite a bit. I don't even want to ask where she's been. It's
okay. You guys will get to know me.
I was going to say,
world.
Yeah, we don't have to know all these things from the jump, but they're...
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of things to crack open.
I'm going to find something.
Did you see the guy courtside telling the guys on the Heat that Jimmy Butler just got traded?
Yeah.
Kevin Love sitting there. They found out in the middle of their game, there's just a dude sitting behind him, and he's telling them that Jimmy Butler got traded to the Golden State Warriors.
Dennis Schroeder and Andrew Wiggins. We robbed them. First round pick, protected. No, they didn't give out the year, no.
I always forget that Kevin Love is with the Heat. I know he's not here, obviously, but I always forget that he's with the Miami Heat. Yeah, they sent, they had suspended Jimmy Butler. He was like, I'm not going to shoot around and all that kind of stuff. So the trade was imminent, obviously, but he went to the Golden State Warriors. A 4-team trade. The Jazz, the Pistons, the Heat, and the Warriors. And that guy, Heat were playing the Sixers last night. And the guy sitting behind him tells Kevin Love and these other 2 dudes, we got Kyle Anderson, Dennis Schroeder, and Andrew Wiggins. Wasn't Andrew Wiggins on the Cavs? Wasn't he another one that, like...
He's the dude with the eyebrows.
Right. He's Canadian. Wasn't he the guy that got, like, the number 1 pick came to the Cavs, and it was Andrew Wiggins? Am I
believe so.
Misremembering that? Jimmy Butler signs a $121 million contract with the Golden State Warriors. Yeah, Andrew Wiggin. He went number 1 overall. And he came to the Cavaliers. Or did he not? Who am I? Oh, yeah, selected by the Cavs. But I don't know if he played. I just remember that name. That would have been 2014. They were like, oh, this guy, Andrew Wiggins, he's going to change the face of everything.
Also, we were talking about Luka Doncic,
Yeah.
the trade. I believe it was yesterday. I found something really funny. Somebody explained the Luka trade in girl terms. Destiny Child just traded Beyonce to TLC for Chili. That is hilarious.
Yeah, but who, wait, give it to me again.
Okay, so Luka trade in girl terms.
Yeah.
Destiny Child just traded Beyonce to TLC for Chili.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, Chili. Who is Chili dating, by the way? She's dating a white boy. Chili's dating, Joey Lawrence's brother, right? He's like considerably younger than she is.
Matthew Lawrence.
Yeah,
It's like-
Chili and Matt Lawrence. Good
Cool,
for
I
them.
didn't know that.
Huh?
I didn't know that. Cool.
Yeah. For a couple years now. Because he was married to some Dancing with the Stars girl, I think. Hey, Joey.
Hey.
Joe!
Hey.
Joey, turn your radio down, please.
Yes,
How are you, man?
I'm watching you on YouTube.
Oh, fantastic. We are on YouTube. What's going on, Joey?
I'm trying to figure out a Fleetwood Mac song that I don't know the name of, but I only know the him.
You'll okay.
All right, it goes like this. It goes, just want to, I want to. And I don't know the name of that Fleetwood Mac song, and I love Fleetwood Mac.
I think you're probably thinking of the song Dreams.
Is it Dreams?
I believe so. I think you're singing like players only, they only want you, they only love you when they, right? I forget what the line is, but
Only
I think
love you
that's-
when they're playing.
They only love you when they're playing.
Because I want to.
Is that the song? I don't know.
Is this it?
The Ocean Spray song? You might not.
No, that's not it.
That's not it. Well, F
that's
me.
How could you have
it.
possibly gotten that wrong, Alan? One more time?
Am I really talking to Alan Cox?
Yeah, you're talking to me, Joey. Yes.
Dude, I love you.
Thank you.
You are brilliant.
What's the song you're trying to think of?
It's such a better because I want to. That's all I can get out.
Yeah, I don't know, Joey. I'd love to help you out. I mean, the closest I can possibly suss out is that you might be thinking about Dreams. But I'd have to find that chorus for you, right?
It's a Stevie Nicks song. It's a Stevie Nicks song.
Is it this one? Listen. The Ocean Spray Cranberry skateboard song? Is it?
No, that's not it.
That's not it. All right. Well,
Is it a popular one?
It's a Stevie Nicks song by Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah.
And I was delivering. I'm a delivery driver, and I was delivering to the basement, and I heard the song on their thing, and I was foot tapping it. I was like, man, I love this Fleetwood Mac song.
Maybe Rhiannon? I don't know. Is it
No,
maybe?
it's not Rihanna.
All right.
He knew that
No,
right
it's
away.
not Rihanna.
Not the
thought you were-
Chain. What about Gypsy?
No, it's not Gypsy.
All right. Gold Dust Woman?
I do not know. I'm not familiar with that one.
Landslide? Is it a mellow
Is it
one?
slow?
Landslide.
Is it slow or fast?
Because I want to say, because I want you.
Is it slow or is it fast, Joe? Joe.
Joey, is it a slow or fast
Yes.
song? Like mid-tempo? Is it upbeat?
It's kind of slow.
Okay,
Kind
that
of
helps.
slow, mid-tempo, and it builds up.
Go Your Own Way.
No, it's not Go Your Own Way.
He knows what it isn't. He just doesn't know what it is. I don't know.
Silver Springs.
I already checked that one out. I'm on YouTube right now. I've been searching for it. Stevie Nicks songs.
What about Sarah? Is it Sarah?
No, it's not Sarah.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
Well, that's Christine McVie.
No.
Okay.
I'm just naming songs.
I know.
My favorite songs by Fleetwood Mac are from Christine McVie.
Go Your Own Way? Is it Go Your Own Way?
No, it's not Going Your Way.
Was it like when they got weird in the 80s and did like
Tusk?
Hold Me?
Is it Tango in the Night?
It might have been around then because
Process of elimination here.
Hold me.
Yeah, it was all. It was.
No, it's not that.
All right.
I know.
Is it
I know
Little
that
Lies?
song. No, it's not Little Lies.
Oh boy.
Um,
I don't think we're making any headway here, Joey, and I'd love to help
no,
you
we're
out.
not
But
making any way. I thought you were brilliant.
no, I mean I like Fleetwood Mac, but I mean I can barely kind of figure out what the mist of a melody in the situation.
I know. You know, I used to call my daughters, and I was like, I know I like this song because I hear.
They stopped
songs on
taking
the
your
radio.
calls. That's why I'm talking to you.
Yes.
They're like,
Yes.
Dad, stop stop moaning into the phone and asking me what the song is.
Everywhere. I want to be with you That's it.
That's more Christine McVie.
No, I think that's both of them, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's Stevie Nicks. Stevie Nicks sings it.
Yeah. I think didn't she sing Everywhere?
No, Christine McVie
No,
does.
that's Christine McVie.
Yeah.
Well, you know a lot about this band.
But he
and
doesn't
not
know what the
one
song
you're trying to
is.
figure out.
Cause I want to, and it builds up, and it's like, it's cause I want.
I don't know, Joey. I don't know, man. But good luck, okay?
Not Silver Springs.
Yeah, I
huh?
don't know. No, I don't know what he's trying to get at. I thought
Well,
maybe
you can-
somebody would text me, but
Absolutely let this one go.
you don't like Tusk?
I love this
Oh
song.
yeah, Tusk is. Don't sleep on Tusk, but people said he's talking about Silver Spring, but I don't.
I got the same thing. Everybody
He said it was
Silver
not
Springs.
Silver Spring.
No. God damn it. I know Silver Springs.
What about Rooms on Fire? Maybe it was like a solo thing or something.
I don't think you would have heard that on the radio.
No, everybody's saying Silver Spring, but we already asked him Silver Springs, and he said that it wasn't. Because Silver Springs doesn't build up, does it?
Well, what if it was a Stevie Nicks solo song?
I don't know, like Edge of 17, whatever. I don't know.
Now this is going to drive me nuts.
Can you even remember the melody he was humming?
What's that?
I was like, can you even remember the melody he was humming? I'm like, it's still unclear.
Yeah,
to me.
kind of.
I didn't know what he was humming when he was humming it.
No. Alan Chili is a massive upgrade from Beyonce. Well, I mean, dealer's choice, I guess, but you guys are toast. Kat is way too smart for the show. Yeah, that's the problem.
Listen, you guys is somewhat hang in the same circles. I'm screwed. Like I have Googled about 17 things you guys have said today alone.
Alan, I'm telling you it's Silver Spring about halfway through the song after the chorus.
Time.
Maybe that's what it is.
Somebody wrote on YouTube, no, that's not it.
Well, listen, I love Fleetwood Mac, but Joey, I'm sorry I was not able to suss out what you were doing there.
Maybe it was Silver Springs. I think he might have been wrong.
Okay. It's not Rooms on Fire.
But you would not let me.
Alan, all my kids in the car are grounded and they're hating this. See? Good. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's the point. Hi there. What's up? No, listen, love Fleetwood Mac. Never Going Back Again is one of my favorite songs of all time. It's just Lindsay and a 12-string guitar.
Let me tell a nice joke to that guy's kids.
Yeah.
They can tell this one at school tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not at school. What did the elephant say to the naked man?
I don't know.
What?
That's cute, but how do you pick up peanuts with it? Let go! Let go!
Nice! Talk about his waiter, kids. Yeah. Elephant thought the guy's trunk was picking up peanuts. I mean, I've bounced cashews off mine. Is that the same? Yeah. Dream. No, I led with Dreams, whoever's texting me that. I thought that's what little bit of melody he was giving me sounded like maybe the chorus to Dreams, but clearly that's not. He told us everything that it wasn't. He's like, no, and he was borderline upset about it too.
Adamant.
I'm just looking at my catalog here. He's like, no, it's not that. All right, man, you called me. I used to call my daughters.
Now I'm stuck talking to you jerks.
Yeah. Yeah. No, don't know what that was, but thank you, Joe. Hopefully he'll be able to figure it out or find it.
I keep looking to see if he's calling back.
No, he's not.
It's going to drive us nuts now.
He's digging. Hey, by the way, when did Build-A-Bear get sexy? Have you seen the new Build-A-Bear thing online? You know, we last summer, whenever it was, we did a weekend at Great Wolf Lodge with our daughter and some friends. And they have a Build-A-Bear there in Great Wolf Lodge. And if you're not getting out alive, right? I mean, they're very smart. They know exactly what they're doing. And so you go in there and but Build-A-Bear, for whatever reason, they are posting something for Valentine's Day. Have you seen this on Instagram?
I'm looking right now.
Where they're like, she's a
Google.
cougar. Yeah, they have a video for Build-A-Bear where they're like, oh, and they're they've got her in heels, the cuddly cougar.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, I mean, even it's obviously it's more of a child company, but I know a lot of people, like adults, that will like give it to their significant other, and you can put your voice inside of it and things like that. So maybe that's why.
I mean, that's got to be what it is, right? The website, they're like adults 18 and up. There are grown-ups giving other grown-ups Build-A-Bears?
It's called Build-A-Bears After Dark. That's what they're calling it.
She's a cougar. She's a cougar. Watch out, boys.
On the prowl, looking for a good time. Hear her growl.
Look at this.
Cat is in her prime. Too fierce to handle. Too
This
fat to
cat is in her
ignore.
prime.
She's got her heel.
I mean, to whom would you gift this cougar bear? It's a bear that's a cougar. No, it's a cat. It's a Build-A-Bear company, but wow.
I guess you'd give it to a cougar.
I just don't know who this is for.
The target audience, yeah. It's too fab to ignore.
That's what it says, right? Who's this diva? Too fab to ignore. You know that's short for fabulous, Rob.
Is it?
Fab. Trey Fabu.
Oh, okay.
Is what the kids would say back in the day.
Trey
Anyway,
Fabu.
I didn't know that,
that German?
Build-A-Bear was getting
I didn't either.
was getting sexy. But there it is, Valentine's Day. And by the way, this is hashtag not an ad. Valentine's Day just around the corner. I used to do endorsements for Vermont Teddy Bear. And they might have been way ahead on this.
Didn't they always around Valentine's Day come up with like those dirty sounding pajamas and stuff?
Yeah. They have like, you get handcuffs from them.
You got like the pouch in the back. And
That's right.
I'll do the little button. Let the
Check
bum
out
come
my
out.
pouch. Hey, you want something with a flap in the back? Easy access. Now who's the diva? All right, we got to go. Rob and I got to get to Cracker Park for this Led Zeppelin screening, this documentary.
Wait.
Enjoy that.
Thank you.
We will. All right, we'll talk to you guys again tomorrow around 2, via Friday. Where can people find you on social media, Rob?
WMMS Rob on Instagram and Blue Sky.
Kat, where can people blow you up?
On Instagram at CatBCreative, both with K's, or The Serbian Queen.
Cool. I'm Alan Cox Show out there. This program will be available for you in its entirety within the hour on the iHeartRadio app. If you want to watch it, go to our YouTube channel. You can do it there. If you want to leave messages for us, quick ones on the app. If you're a bit more long-winded, I would recommend voicemail. After Hours line is 216-986-8903. And I think that's it. Cavs off tonight, yeah? So the Corey Roddick Experience is next. You'll be in good shape. So thanks, guys. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Howie Mandel on the show next week. Jeremy Piven's going to be on soon. Both of those guys coming through for shows. And so that's it. Talk to you again tomorrow. I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big brother.